Hey guys! We're back with some more Pokemon Violet because we're going to be attempting the Hisuian Typhlosion raid. Hello there guys, hello Blub. Wasn't able to type up the message because the stream was just about to start. We are surrounded by our usual pack of Mons while we're waiting for stream to start. And hello Chris, good to see you again. So, what's the plan? Plan is to do a Hisuian Typhlosion raid. And I was looking up, I guess, what would be the best strategy for this. It's kind of crazy, but there's actually a really simple strategy that we can attempt. And it would only require like one Mon. Just gotta find where the raid is though. Because I assume... have I updated? I might not have updated, that might be it, because I can see all the Halloween stuff. Yes, I haven't updated yet. Yeah, we're gonna try and do some of the raid. We'll probably do the raids a couple of times. If we have enough people who are willing to do Ogre Ousting, we could attempt to do Ogre Ousting, because we still have to do that. And then we're going to maybe do a little bit of shiny hunting and hatch some more eggs, because I now have another target for the egg hatching, because we did, in fact, hatch the shiny Fiona the other week. Yep, there it is. Here he is. Fire-type Hisuian Typhlosion. Which I have to admit, it's a little bit of a boring Terra type, but I guess if it makes things easier, that's all fine. Alright, there we go. Now I can see all the Halloween stuff's vanished. There he is. Right in the middle of the desert. Right. So, what Mon are we going to be using? We're going to fight him with a dog. And we have this, Dachshund. Wait, you actually got it? Congrats. Yeah, we got it, close to the end of stream. As you can see down at the bottom with the encounters, it was 229 egg encounters, if I remember correctly. Yeah, we have this Dachshund. He's actually from our playthrough of Pokemon Violet. We ended up, I think, leaving him behind when we eventually got our party of 6, which is this team down here. But I didn't want to get rid of them because, I mean, like, you know, they're a part of our team and stuff like that, but they didn't really fit in the living decks because I ended up getting another Dachshund and putting it in here instead. We did train this one up for a different raid, but the problem is that we've trained it up kind of in the wrong order. So, I also managed to get a trade for a shiny Feebas, so if anybody is able to help me evolve it into Milotic, that would be great, because I need a male Milotic. But let's focus on the raid first, before we do anything shiny hunting related. So, what do we need on this doggo? We need, two major things we need. We need to have it max defense, and we also need it to have one move, which is body press. That's it. I can help with the raid. Yep. If you guys want to join in with the raid, I am totally fine with you doing it. This method is technically solo. You can do it solo, but I definitely would love to help other people out if they haven't done the raid yet. So, we need a body press. So we'll quickly make a TM for that. Luckily we have just enough Holucha stuff. I'm kind of low on Holucha things. I guess I just don't go out of my way to fight them. Alright. And that is legitimately it. That is the only move we will need in this fight. Is body press. Another thing we need to make sure is that our Dachshund has the well-baked body. I think Dachshund has a hidden ability, but I can't remember if it does or what it is. But yeah, you literally can just go out and catch a Dachshund. Or a Fido right now, pretty much. This is how easy this is. So first things first, our doggo actually does have a bunch of random EVs trained into it because obviously it was part of our playthrough. But we do have a means of getting rid of that. So first things also, let's give this over to him. I believe the mochi should be in this section. Here we go. Fresh start mochi. And now, all of their stats are down to 0. We actually have quite a few mochis. Let me see if I can feed them. How many I can feed to him. There's 26. Alright, let's take a look-see. Yeah, that 26 immediately maxes out the defense. So that actually helps quite a bit, and it's cheaper than buying, I guess, medicines and stuff like that. So we want to max out our defense, and I guess we could also work towards HP. I might do a little bit of grinding for HP, maybe. Let's see. Do I need to? No, actually, I have just enough health mochi. Wow, this kind of... I was planning on grinding up the stuff and, you know, just chatting a little bit, but no, we can legitimately just go straight into the den. Right now. We don't even need this. Yep, and then we'll put the last 4, which I think I have feathers for. I probably have plenty of feathers, so we'll just use feathers instead of the mochi, just to save a little bit of resources. We'll just put the last few into special defense. Just for the just-in-case situation. There we go. That's literally all we need to do. I don't think we really need to change its nature too much. I mean, you could make it a defense-based nature if you have mints that you want to, but I don't think it's too important. And finally, I want to give our doggo a couple of other things. If you want to, you can change the Terra type, and I think I might change the Terra type if I have enough. The Terra Shards. I did get a couple from the Blissey raids that happened recently. Probably could have gotten a bit more, but let me double check. Let's see. Oh, we do have a decent amount of fighting, so that's probably what we'll use. We'll give Daxbun the fighting Terra type just to boost that that body press just a little bit more. And the final thing we need is the metronome, wherever it is. Here it is. That's it. That's all we need to do for our dog. Oh, and I guess level it up, but you know, that's kind of par for the course. If you don't have the mochis and all that good stuff in order to level up your doggo, where do you go to EV train the things? Quickly just put some of these moves on, why not? We don't really need any other moves, to be honest. But if you need defense EVs, you can go over to the desert and farm some Orthworms. HP is Merrill, which you can do just outside of Levincia, which you've probably seen me do multiple times in streams. And since the special defense is just like a small amount, we can just use. You can use feathers that you can find just around here in Casa Royale Lake. If you don't mind the lag, that's pretty much the only downside, is that this game still lags. But speaking of one thing, it has been announced that the Indigo Disc, so part 2 of the DLC, is coming out next month. So it will be coming out in December. It does unfortunately fall on a Thursday for me, so I have to wait a couple of days before we do the stream for that. We probably will do it on the following Monday rather than a Saturday. But yeah, I hope you guys are looking forward to it. And yes, I will be hunting as many starters as possible because a lot of the starters that have been announced are going to be in the DLC. And if we can shiny hunt them with sandwiches, that would be very, very good. Because I am missing quite a lot of starters. And also, as much as Masuda method is a method, it's still not the best method. It's very fluctuating, as you can see. How we managed to get the Fiona in only 229 eggs, but that took like 2 streams to hatch. And then we had the Rowlet take like 400 or like a way bigger number if I remember. That or the Wooper. So yeah, our luck can fluctuate with that, and it's a little bit faster to go via the sandwich method. And if that's the case also, we can catch multiple of the same starter, which would be amazing because if you're doing a living dex for shinies, you need all 3 for each stage of the evolution. I think, actually, do you want me to raise all its stats? Yeah, why not? This will save a lot of bottle caps. We'll use the gold one. Alrighty, our doggo is very, very strong. Now to see how it goes, so let's head over to the desert, because I believe that's where it is. Also, you probably can see on my profile. Where is it? Change view. There we go. There's the shiny Fiona. I've made it my icon. You know, just a little bit of bragging. Hello, Proto. Can I get the magic up? I think you should probably have started with hi first. It doesn't make a great image if you come running in. It's like the equivalent of someone breaking down your front door and demanding something and then saying hi. But yes, hello there. You probably can get the Magikarp. As you can see down below, there is my my home friend code. If you have not had, I guess, connected with home. Because the Magikarp is currently on home, so I can't transfer it at the moment. As we're just about to start the event raid, which is what we are here to do. Where is it? It's in this direction, right? Okay, it's up on the thing. So let me know when you've sent a friend request and I will get my phone out and do that real quick. For now, I'm going to set up the raid for those who are wanting to join in. Yes, you have to trade via your mobile phone app. You cannot trade using the Switch Home. I probably should put Daxbun at the front of the party. Alright. There we go. The raid has started. So if you are interested in joining anybody, feel free to just join in with the link code. So, what is the method that I'm about to use? The method is essentially hit body press and win. I probably should have put some PP max into it, but we'll see how we go this first time. So, well-baked body works with that every time you're hit by a fire type move, your defense goes up. And how body press works is that the higher your defense is, the more damage you do. It does have the occasional random focus blast, which is why we put a little bit of percentage over to special defense. But 2 of its attacks are fire-based, so that's why we literally just picked up a Daxbun. That you can literally just go into the wild and pick up a Daxbun. and just give it body press, which is a little bit of which I think requires a couple of little bits and bobs. That you can pretty much do it within like 20 minutes if you have enough resources. You can see Blub wanted to go in with Chansey. Chansey's okay, but like you have to also damage it, and it's a ghost type. Oh no, it's not ghost type, it's pure fire, isn't it? Because of the Terra type. At least that's okay. But yeah, if you are struggling, Blub, I would suggest trying to get the method of getting a Dax Bun. Oh, we forgot to change its Terra type, I realize. Oh well. I can go do that in a moment. We'll try, we'll test it out, this method. I'm just too lazy to make a new raid Pokemon. But yeah, you saw what I did. I managed to get the Dax Bun ready for like in 10 minutes at the beginning of the stream. So it's not too difficult to do. And if you've done Ogre Ousting, you probably have enough Mochis to do that. Anyways, Hisuian Typhlosion, which looks really nice in this game by the looks of it. Alrighty. Let's give this a try and see how it goes. Also, by the ways, he instantly starts with Will-O-Wisp for turn 1. Like, you don't get a chance to move. So, hope you didn't bring any physical attackers, because that doesn't work here. Got a poison by the looks of it. And we can also see everybody's burnt, unfortunately. I think we've already had our first KO on Chris's side. Our defense should be at max at the moment. You can just see the amount of damage we're doing now. It's okay. But yeah, I don't think Azumarill is the best option here. Fortunately, we're not the... Oh, I realize I'm a Dark Terror type. Focus Blast would wreck me. Maybe I shouldn't have transformed. Oh well. I forgot that this Dax Bun is Dark type. So if I make a if I die here, yeah, that's on me as well. Nope, I got burnt. That kind of sucks. Another KO, unfortunately. I think we're gonna run out of time. Oh, crit, fun. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna make it this time. I'm gonna change my Terror type to fighting, I think. Oh wow, 2 crits in a row, of course. Ah, our strategy was close, but not close enough. If we fail, yeah, that's totally fine. Unfortunately, I think we are going to. We've had too many KOs. And yeah, those 2 crits in a row really didn't help. Unfortunately, because I have to get all my defenses back up, I don't think I'm going to have enough, yeah, I'm not going to have enough power points to finish it. Ah, cool. That did a lot more damage. Yeah. It almost worked, but yeah. Is Well-Baked a hidden? No, it's just the regular ability. Like I said, you legitimately can just go and grab a dog from anywhere. I'm just gonna wait for this battle to end, unfortunately, because there's no time. Almost had it, but I think unfortunately I need to do a little bit more adjustment. Booting up the game and checking what I have in my raid box that can help. No worries. We have to also need this raid. Yeah, we have to rethink our strategy a little bit because I didn't prepare properly. I just heard the Azumarill die in the background. Yeah, Azumarill is not the option. It's kind of sad that there are still people out there who are like using Iron Hands and Azumarill and they're like, this will work, and it's like, yeah, they can work, but they're not the go-to strategies for all the raids, unfortunately. Alrighty. First things first, I also think we need to do PP up on the body press, because I actually ran out. There we go. And we also need to go change our Terror type to Fighting, because Dark is not the option. Which could have been risky if they had gone for, like, Focus Blast. I think I would have got decimated in that instant. Yeah. It is unfortunate that the two other Pokemon that I think the CPUs brought were literally both physical attackers. And, well, not really marine. Toxapex. Toxapex more is like a tank. But yeah. Not the best options in that Mudsdale. Let's get ourselves changed. Fighting. And we would like to change our doggo. Still don't understand how you can eat Terror Shards, but I'm not going to question it. Good thing we had enough, though, gotta say. Okay, I think we're a little bit better prepared. You think support Cloyster could work? Well, Cloyster is an ice type, so will it be hit by Focus Blast? I mean, if you use Hydration Rain Dance, you could... Wait, does Cloyster learn? No, it has Shell Armor and... the thing that allows Skill Link doesn't have Hydration. Yeah, you just have to figure out how to deal with the burn, essentially. That's the big issue, is that burn. It's broken into a million pieces. Yeah, I don't know, still eating crunchy rock crystal probably still feels like eating crunchy rock crystal. Alright. Just let me know when you guys are ready to go, and I will go head back to the desert. Shall take the scenic route. I'm just gonna... What the? I was nowhere near that. How did I hit that? Alright, I won't question it, though. Goodness. All these Pokemon spawning in last second. Oh, speaking of shinies, I actually got a shiny today in Pokemon Sleep. I didn't actually think it was a shiny at first, because it was a shiny Weeping Bell, and shiny Weeping Bell isn't too different from the regular one, like, compared to, like, say, shiny Victory Bell, where it has, like, the blue lip from the pitcher plant part of it. Weeping Bell is just sort of like this slightly off color. Even, like, at least Bellsprout looks more golden. Weeping Bell just looks like an off color. And currently there's a Halloween event happening. So the Halloween event has a special lighting. So I couldn't tell if it was shiny or not. I was looking at it and I was like, it looks a bit weird. That was all I could pinpoint on it. It wasn't until, like, the feeding time happened with the biscuits and all of a sudden it sparkled during that moment. I was like, oh wait, it's a stuff. Bro, I just ran to a shiny while looking for a dog. Oh, nice. But I can tell that it's going to be a while. So, whilst I'm waiting, I might hatch a couple of eggs. Because, yeah, we have a lot of eggs to hatch again. Just in case you guys got bored of egg hatching, it's back. No, don't worry, we will do some, like, actual sandwich hunting. And we could, theoretically, have multiple people help out with the sandwich. Though, we'll have to see. And, welcome back, Proto. Grab all these gimme ghouls again. I wonder if they'll do the gimme ghoul event again. I kind of hope that they fix it if they do it again. Because, by God, that was a really bad event. All those poor people who probably didn't get a shiny gimme ghoul. I was only lucky by, like, that I was able to find somebody who was doing a gimme ghoul raid on YouTube. That I was able to join it as well because I was competing against 40 other people, or like, oh, something even bigger than that. It was like 100 people. And I was just like, please, mashing in like the code as fast as possible with my Australian Wi-Fi. Oof, it was rough to get in. But I did get in eventually. I just had to go to a time when there were less people. Usually when everyone's asleep. Anyways, just in case you didn't figure it out, our next target for our egg hatching is going to be Quaxly. Since, I mean, he was our original starter, so it's kind of fair that we do that. Oh, there he goes, the bramble in the background. No, he's going. And also, welcome, Double Buddy. Good to see ya. We're waiting for a couple of people to get ready for the event raid that we're doing of the Hisuian Typhlosion. We did make an attempt at it, but it kind of fell flat, unfortunately. Because I ran out of power points for the move that I was using, and I got crit twice in a row. So that kind of messed things up completely. But hopefully it will work out this time. And then we also hatching some Quaxly eggs to see if we can get ourselves a shiny Quaxly. I should probably reset my counter as well, because my counter is for the old. How to add home friends? On the friends page of the mobile app, there should be a thing. If you click in friends, there should be a button that says add friends at the top. And then you type in the code that is down there at the bottom. If you haven't befriended me, but I'm guessing you haven't, considering that you are going through the process right now. But besides hatching Quaxly eggs, we're also going to be doing some regular just sandwich hunting. You know, on the side sort of thing. I don't know if I have any particular goals of what I want to shiny hunt at the moment. I'm thinking we should do some shiny hunting in Kitakami, because I don't think we've really done any shiny hunting over there at the given moment. Oh, I like how OBS decided not to scroll then. Hello there, Animu. Good to see you. I'm gonna quickly repeat what I just said to Double. We're waiting on somebody to get ready for the Hisuian Typhlosion raid. We're gonna be hatching some Quaxly eggs to see if we can get a shiny, and we're going to be doing some shiny sandwiches as well. I think we'll be focusing on Kitakami in terms of what we're going to go after. But yeah, that's pretty much what this stream's going to be. Just a bit of a relaxed stream. No need to rush or anything like that. I hope everyone's having a wonderful day. Right now it's a weekend for me, but I know there are some people who are still not at the weekend just yet. And the weather's at least cooled down over here a little bit. Spring has been a bit up and down in Australia. We've had some really, really hot days, and then we've had some kind of coldish days as well. Oh, an exciting thing that happened yesterday for me. I went and picked up my amiibos because the Tears of the Kingdom amiibos just released over here in Australia. So I have got both of them. I can just see the bramblins, like, floating around in the background of the desert. At least we don't have to worry about them being shiny. Interesting fact, Bramblin, if you are shiny hunting them in a desert, the shiny can't be blown away by the wind. That's how you tell it's a shiny. Nice. Can you say it again? My Wi-Fi is trash. Well, I mean, okay, so go to the Friends button at the top of the screen when you're in the homepage of the mobile app. Hit Add Friends, and then type in the friend code, which is down at the bottom of the stream. That's all I can really offer. Yes, mobile, I can't... we are not trading on this game at the moment, because I am waiting for some raids. If you wait for a little while, I could possibly bring it up to Scarlet and Violet, but that's pretty much it. What nature is the dog? I don't think it really matters, but I would suggest something that's defense up. I'll wait. Alright. Yeah, it would be easier if you want to do trades via home. That's where my friend home code is. Yeah, my dad just finished Tears of the Kingdom a couple of days ago. Because he had to wait for me to finish, and then he was playing another game at the time. I'm guessing, Chris, are you almost ready to go? Because I think, I'm not sure where Blub is at the moment in terms of how ready they are. But yeah. Almost. I think I got a way to use Blissey by exploiting the AI. No worries. If you think you can do it, totally give it a go. What's your best Pokemon? That depends what you mean by best Pokemon. I still need to finish it. I've done 2 temples and like 90% of the shrines. Nice! It was, I gotta admit, it was agony watching my, dad do it, because I was like, please go to the temples, and he was like, no, I'm gonna do all the shrines first. And I'm like, no! And he was like, walking around and like, exploring via, like, just walking around. I'm like, no, just go to the Wind Temple, I swear! Just pick up the thing at the Wind Temple, please! You're driving me insane! He's like, no, I'm playing the game as I want to. And I was like, ah, okay. Tax max or HP? For the Dax bun, I'll show you this. I'll show you the Dax bun stats just in a moment. Give me 1 second for this egg to hatch. Fire. I'm not sure. Are you saying what fire types is my best fire type, Proto? The AI prefers moves to do more damage, so put the berry that halves super effective fight damage. Right. Okay, I'll quickly show over. I don't know what my best fire type is. the one I like, probably Torchic. Because I love Torchic. My favorite starter. So you want to have maxed defense, maxed HP, and a little bit in special defense. Because Body Press works that it doesn't take on the attack stat, it takes on the defense stat. And you also want your Dax Bun to be either the fighting Terra type if you can do that, or a Terra type that obviously doesn't get affected by Aura Sphere too well. Probably normal would be a decent one as well, but if you don't want to change it. For good I didn't mess up. Defense. Well, you need the defense for the Body Press, because Body Press is based on defense. And with well-baked body, the more fire damage we take, our defense gets boosted. And we also want the Metronome, so it does more damage as you keep using the same move over and over again. And that's pretty much it. That's all we need for the Dax Bun, and obviously to be level 100. Doesn't really need any other move besides Body Press. I guess you could have something just as a backup, but yeah, Body Press is probably the way to go. And make sure you also use PP up on the Body Press, so it's 16 instead of 10. Oh. Bunch of Hippopotas here. You can use Mochis. If you use 26 Mochis, you'll max out a stat in the EVs. And there's also the white Mochi, which just resets all your stats if you have made any mistakes. Or obviously we used it for our Dax Bun because he's from our original playthrough of the game. But yeah, that's pretty much it. If you need to EV train it because you don't have Mochis or medicines. Yeah, one more thing and I'm ready. No worries. If you need to do this build, battle Orthworms in the desert to get defense EVs. Battle Meryl outside of Levincia for HP. And then for special defense, I believe you, I think it's Floette, but because it's only going to be 4 points, I would just suggest getting Feathers or something like that, which you can easily get around the lake. Oh, got a female one. Alright. Got distracted about the shiny counter. Let me just quickly edit that. So it should be 15 at the moment. Oopsie, it changed my avatar, but that's okay. There we go. But yeah, let me know when you're ready, Chris, and then I'm gonna head over to the Terra Raid, which is nearby. And if you guys want to join in, feel free to join in, but do be a little bit prepared because every time you get KO'd, you will chip away at the timer, and we need as much time as possible. So don't come in with like a level 2 Pokemon or something silly like that. How needs that if you have a Shedinja? I'm sorry, you may have to rephrase that? What's the Dax Bun strat? Get Dog. Teach it Body Press, which you have to use via TM. And then max its defense and just Body Press it. That's pretty much it. That is literally the only move. You need to hit one move and one move only, and that's Body Press. And that's it. So I'll come over here real quick to show off the TM. Well, so Body Press is here. So you'll need Sotodle, Holucha, and Poniard materials in order to make it. And you will have to use PP up on the Body Press so that you have max power points for it. because you could run out, and that's what kind of happened in our first attempt. Is we ran out of power points, and we also want to give the Daxbun metronome, so it does more damage every time you keep using the move. And that is literally it. You can literally just go out of Medali and just grab a dog from there. And then just set it up, and that's it. If you have mochis from Ogre Ousting, you can just quickly pile those mochis into him. You just need to max out the defense. You can max out HP, or you can max out special defense. Just max defense is pretty much what you need. Alright, I will head over there, and we'll hatch a couple of eggs while we're heading there. I should probably mark it on the map, because it unfortunately disappeared when... Is the terror important? It can help a little bit, just to boost the damage with body press, so we have changed it to a fighting type. But I don't think it's too important. Just, I probably wouldn't have it a thing that is weak against, like, say, Focus Blast or Infernal Parade. The only downside is Infernal Parade does burn, so we kind of had to hope that he doesn't use Infernal Parade too often. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Man, these eggs are all hatching all at once now. Well, I might as well hatch them because I need to take them out of my party so I can actually, put in the Daxbun. Yeah, defense is important. Body press at max power points using PP up is important. And metronome is important. I would say that's the only few things that we need. Alright. Let's quickly switch in our Daxbun. Who's got the metronome? I'm going to quickly save, because I haven't saved in a little while. And we're about to start, so if you guys want to join in, now's the time. But yeah, if this strategy does work, it definitely would help just for it being, like, very simplistic. Because you literally only have to hit one button. There's no other strategy. Just hit the A button on body press. At least the desert has a good theme. See, what mons can we go for in Kitakami that I need? We could do poison. I need Ekans and Arbok. And I guess Spinarak also gets affected by poison type. I am missing just a couple of different mons scattered around looking in my shiny decks, which, hint hint, you can take a look at it, !shiny. Yeah, it seems like a lot of things that are missing on my end are, like, in the first 4 gens, which a lot of that is, like, covered. It's essentially just things that, like, were gender locked or just weren't available in my Platinum game. Alright, I think we're almost ready to go. If anyone else wants to join, I'm about to go in a minute. At the minute mark. If the starter Pokemon can be caught in raids, I would be happy. I would be happy if we can just catch them out in the wild, because, Proto is not having a good day, apparently. Everything's running out on him. Alright, here we go. But yeah, he does turn one Will-O-Wisp, so I believe he just chooses a random target to Will-O-Wisp as well. Got to go, see ya. No worries, Proto. Hopefully next time you might have home ready and we can just trade via home for the Magikarp. Yeah, you can see the difference of just 2 Dax Buns. I think I can Terra type now, so I'm gonna do that. Terror rates are so bad. Yeah, they're not the best, unfortunately. So that's probably why if there are starter Pokemon, I want them to be outside and running about. You two got like 4 moves off in the time I got 1 single move. Oh, is the internet really bad? Oh, thanks for the helping hand, dude. No internet, I was just stun locking animations. Oof, rough. I think we've got this though, so we'll be okay. And yeah, that's pretty much the strategy. Hit A. So they've got to give us the option to tone down the animations. Yeah, Terror raids are still not terribly great. I do wish that they would eventually let's put you in a luxury ball. What Pokeball do you think? I don't know really. If you have Apricorn balls, the Moon Ball might look nice on him. We don't have any really purpley balls. AJ just flat out turned them off. The animations, I don't think you can in Wi-Fi, unfortunately, double. I believe animations always turn on if you're in multiplayer. It was like that in Sword and Shield as well, unfortunately. If you've seen Dynamax Adventures. Even if everyone has all the animations turned off, it just automatically puts them all back on during multiplayer. I'm gonna use Moonball because I have to. I think Moonball does work well for him. But yeah, I don't have many Apra Balls, so if it's a Pokemon I am like, meh, about, don't want to use it. Anyways, let's take a look at him, shall we? He's naked! Oh, he's also covered in dirt immediately. I wonder if he's covered in dirt because he's all worn out in battle. This is something that isn't really highlighted too much. Is that your Pokemon can get dirty, but I've never really seen it too much. Yeah, there he is. We'll give him a quick scrub down, why not? Yeah, I don't really have any big feelings towards Hisuian Typhlosion, probably because I just haven't used him yet. We will be using him in our second playthrough of Legends Arceus, which is probably coming up soon because I think we'll be finishing up Sword and Shield's our Sword and Shield run for our home living decks rather soon. Right. Well, we have the Typhlosion, but I'll do the we'll do the raid a couple of times so that people have a chance to join in if they want to. Just got to find a place to put this little dude. Alrighty. We have both Decidui and Typhlosion, so I assume Samurott will be coming soon. One to go. Yeah, pretty much. And we have most of the starters now done. But, I wonder if there's a clear lack of something. Where are my Hoenn starters? Excuse me, game. I don't see any Hoenn starters here. And also Johto starters, actually. The only Johto starter we have is, like, Typhlosion, but I think it's linked towards the whole Hisuian, the Hisuian form being here. If we didn't have Hisuian Typhlosion, we probably wouldn't have, like, the other, regular form. Jotonian? Jotonian sounds weird. Anyways, I'm gonna quickly, set the time. Let's go and find that raid again. Combat breed Tauros here. I don't need any of those, thank you very much. Actually, I think I traded away the extra one I had to somebody over the home Reddit because they needed the Tauroses. It's hard to sometimes get trades if you're looking for people's trades because some people will look for very, very specific things. So I know there are a lot of people who are specifically looking for things like only want Pokemon from, like, Pokemon Go sort of thing. And some people like, oh, I want Pokemon from Pokemon Go, like shinies, but they have to be still in Pokemon Go. So you can't trade them via home, sort of thing. Alrighty. Thought I saw something weird, but no, it's my imagination. For some reason I thought he was a shiny, but he's not. He's just regular Dreadnought. Though the funny thing is I already have a shiny Dreadnought. I got it as a Choodle back in Pokemon Sword and Shield. I believe I was fishing for Feebas or something like that. Or I was doing the fishing method, and I ended up getting a shiny Choodle whilst I was doing that. Before I saw like a Feebas or something. Luckily, we don't need Feebas. Feebas would have been annoying to do. Especially, whilst this game is okay with Feebas, you can actually find it. I would suggest getting it via a swarm, like an outbreak, rather than just going for it by itself, because it barely ever shows up. Yeah, also, was it Super Mario RPG comes out soon? And I'm just like, oh, when should I play that, to be honest? Because we are still going strong with our Stardew Valley playthrough. But I do want to complete all the home stuff before then, so that might be what we'll be doing, is that we'll be, completing our home decks quest, which is, I think, pretty much all we have to do is go back to Legends Arceus, and that's it, really. Because I think we've got most of the Pokemon. It's just Legends Arceus and Sword and Shield. But we're almost done with Sword and Shield. We are actually coming to an end to it. It's kind of crazy. The only problem is I have to figure out how to get a Hooper and a Zarude, which is going to be rough. It's doable, but it's just going to be a bit annoying. And then I guess it will be just focusing on the shiny decks after that. Though that will be in the background. It won't be a very common occurrence unless we obviously hit our follower count. Otherwise, it will probably be, if only, done via these sort of events. The last two letters are Scarlet Violet, yeah. Some of the link codes can be quite interesting. I've seen some link codes where there's like all letters or all numbers. but those are quite rare. Yeah, we've done a ton of Pokemon of recent. And while I do like it, shiny hunting and doing Pokemon related stuff, we do need to branch out a little bit. Besides, I am looking forward to trying out Super Mario RPG, because it never came out in Australia, so I never got a chance to play it at all. And also, I didn't have the system back then. My earliest system we had was the N64. And that wasn't even, like, because I bought it or anything like that. I was only, like, a couple of years old when we first got it. It's because my dad wanted it. And that's how we started our gaming journey. I guess another thing I could mention that will be happening. At least tomorrow I'll be attending somebody's the Alchemist. They're doing I think a donation athlon or whatever it is, donate-a-thon or something. Doesn't really roll off the tongue. But they will be doing a donation stream. And one of the I guess one of the marks for their thing, one of the checkpoints is they might do a Pokemon Crystal dice lock, which would be very interesting, and I'm going to try my best to see if I can convince them to play it, because, you know, more Pokemon. But I believe they also bought a modded 3DS recently, so hopefully whatever they're playing on the modded 3DS turns out good, because I believe they recommended, like, oh, you should try and get a modded 3DS. I do have an extra 3DS, but the problem is that the circle pad doesn't really work, it drifts. If I can get that fixed, then I wouldn't mind wanting to play some 3DS games on here. Because there's a good chunk of 3DS games I'd love to play, but they don't sound as great on emulator. Plus we could play DS games too, because the 3DS does support DS games. And there's a couple of Switch games, I think, that I have, that their sequels were on the DS or 3DS. Oh boy, I love this camera angle, the invisible one. Why can't they fix terror raids? After going to Dynamax Adventures and stuff like that, these are just not great compared to Dynamax Adventures. The N64 was my first console too. Nice! Yeah, I remember the N64 quite fondly in my preschool years. Because our dad used to play Ocarina of Time in Majora's Mask. And apparently I used to confuse my preschool teachers very badly. Which, it also confused my mom a little bit, simply because, you know, she's not as much of a gamer. The only game that she plays is Animal Crossing on the Switch. But she used to go to, I think she mentioned one time when she was coming to pick me up from preschool, and the teacher was like, oh, by the ways, Fia was just mentioning that apparently her dad beat Goma? What's a Goma? And apparently I had been very excited because I'd watched him just beat the Deku Tree from Ocarina of Time. And my mum was just baffled as well, and apparently I'd drawn like a very weird version of Goma. And considering if you know Ocarina of Time and what Goma looks like in Ocarina of Time, you can understand how that would be very confusing to someone outside, especially if it's the interpretation of a child. I might do this Terror Raid solo, like, after stream. I'm really lacking in the fire Terror Shards. And this, if I just press A, I could just speedrun through this. Alright, we'll do one more of this raid, and then we shall move on to some egg hatching and some shiny hunting. I think that's what we'll do. And I'm willing to attempt to make a sandwich with anybody who's interested, or do ogre ousting if anybody is interested, because we still have to get that ogre ousting done. We were so close last time. We just need 4 people to join in for the ogre ousting. So if there are 4 people, or 3 people technically, who are interested in doing ogre ousting right now, and helping us get that shiny Munchlax with, well, shiny marked Munchlax, which makes it even more interesting on level hard, just let me know. There is a catch though. If you haven't done normal, or you haven't unlocked hard, you will not get the reward. So just wanted to let you know on that part. But yeah, I really do want to get the ogre ousting done with people on the stream rather than just go out of my way with a bunch of strangers. It would help, but I don't have the DLC. That's fine. If you don't have the DLC, that's totally fine. Because I know some people didn't buy the DLC. But while I did enjoy the DLC, I probably would say, like, unless you are confident in both DLCs, just to hold off on it, or like, if you don't want it, you don't want it. That's totally fine as well. I just hope that with this DLC, I know everyone's hyping up all the things that could be in the DLC. There's the one thing that I want in the DLC is for the game to run properly. I want the lag to be fixed. Like, they could... Like, once this DLC drops, if they don't fix anything after this DLC, that's it. I don't think they'll bother, like, fixing anything else, which is a little worrying. Considering, like, you know, the fact that this game does not run terribly well still. Like, just looking at the terror rates and stuff like that, that's kind of rough. And Lag Lake, which, thank goodness, I finally beat all that. Which is the wait for Switch 2 to fix their problems. Yeah, if Switch 2 comes out still, that's still a pipe dream at the moment. You can just say, Switch 2, but like, let's be real, even if we do get the Switch 2, it's not going to solve all the problems. Like, sure, it might render things faster and stuff like that, but you still have to worry about the problem that there's a giant... Yeah, the lag tree thicket. There's a reason why it's called that. The lag lake. Like, there's a whole ocean around our entire game. Why is it so heavy? At least, I don't think Kitakami has too many lag spots, thankfully. Like, I think maybe it's, Timeless Woods might be slightly laggy, but not, like, to lag tree thicket levels. Like, that of itself is just... oof. We'll say. It will hit smooth 30 PS minimum, considering that the Switch is currently running on decade-old hardware that is worse than phones. Yeah, it's crazy that the Switch is running on, like, a lot worse hardware, but it still runs decently well in some games. So just imagine how, like, much better once it does hit a better FPS. Though I will be sad if there is a slight Switch 2 change, just because I'm going to miss my Switch. I have, like, the limited edition Smash one, and I really like it. Alright. Doggo's attack. Mudsdale's back, which is not great, but... At least having one CPU, at least they boost our defense a bit. I see your strategy, Blub. Just transform into one of us. Though I don't know how many power points you get for body press. Just Terra now. Why not? I mean, you can use the heal chant. That will heal your burn. Switch was out there when it came out. Yeah. Nintendo does have a record of, like, being quite outdated. Which I'm not going to sugarcoat that bit. Does it affect me? I realize it didn't change the Terra type. It's fine. Can't move anyway with all this animation. I am surprised that apparently you just can't move with all the animation and stuff like that on my end. Maybe it's because I'm the host that it's a little bit faster. Because I can see double is okay if they're playing. Oop, this is bad. We gotta take the Typhlosion out now. No, just no attacks for you. I think, as long as I don't get crit by... Ah. That kinda sucks. Well, I guess Blob and Double have to carry. Yep, the heal came in way too late. Oh, everything's falling apart. Yeah, I don't think I'll have enough time. I'm also getting hit twice. That is weird on your end. Well, I guess he's getting hit twice because I think he's in the aggro state, so he does attack twice. Alright. I think this should do it. There we go. Alright, at least we got it done. That was a little bit messier, but it was still doable. But if Double is, Double, do you happen to have the DLC? Are you able to join for, Ogre Ousting? Because I don't know if AJ is still here. Blob technically could join. That would be, like, 3 people. If not, that's totally fine as well. Alrighty. Let's replace our doggo. Put them back in here. Alright, let's head over to Kitakami. Let's also just check and see what things have we got here. I have the DLC, but I don't find Ogre Ousting entertaining. Yeah, it's I just want to do it to get the shiny, pretty much. So that's my thoughts on it, at least. Wow, there is legitimately no outbreaks. Except Glimmet and Lotad, which I don't need either of. Because level hard does give you that. Another reason I would probably do Ogre Ousting is that's the only way you can get the Masterpiece teacup. if you are trying to evolve Poltergeist into, well, the Artisan form into Sinistra. Apparently that's the only place you can get it if you've already used the one copy that you found in Timeless Woods. Which unfortunately is me. I've already used it, so I have to either A, go into another file, or B, just have to win Ogre Ousting, which is not great. But yeah, if we can get level hard done, then I can finally get that Munchlax, pretty much. I didn't want the egg to hatch next to the Tauros. Yep. I wonder what they want. I can't imagine. Like, not 1 second passed and I got immediately, like, demolished by 5 different Tauros. Yeah, I'm gonna just hatch a couple of eggs real quick. We might head towards Levincia, hatch a couple of eggs, and then we'll do some sandwiches. If people are feeling up to attempting to do a multiplayer sandwich, we could possibly do that. Problem is we gotta coordinate, and 4 players don't seem to have shown good results in the coordination aspect of it. Like, I can do it with 2 people, just me and someone else, but when it comes to, like, multiple people, it doesn't seem to work out. I think also just the lag doesn't help on some people's ends, because I am all the way over here in Australia, so the lag is very rough for people outside of that area. No! Not again! No! Go away! Go away. It's so aggressive. Leave me alone. I'm just hatching eggs. That's why I want to go to Levincia, because at least you don't get jumped by wild Pokemon that are just completely aggroing on you. It is very annoying that Pokemon can freely just stand on you while you're stuck in place for some reason, guaranteeing you start the fight with them. Yeah. Definitely is rough. Especially if they're like hyper aggro like Tauros. I've lost a shiny due to Tauros, like, attacking me, and then as soon as I got out of the battle, another one jumped on top of me before I had a chance to move. Definitely understand that feeling very, very well. Like, I'm all for Pokemon wandering around in the wild. That's totally fine. It's just like, you should have a couple of frames of invincibility upon coming out of, like, an egg hatching, or, you know, doing something else. It shouldn't be like the moment you get out of that, like, you get immediately swamped, you know? Just give us, like, what? 3 seconds invincibility? Or 5 seconds invincibility? So that we just don't get totally wiped out because of it. Plus, it's also would be good for, like, if you're shiny hunting as well. Like, I'm sure there's a couple of shiny hunters who've had the horrifying event where you see, like, the shiny in a horde of Pokemon and you accidentally encounter the wrong one and attempting to scramble towards the shiny before it, like, flees. That's another awful thing to have to deal with. Alrighty, time to do some looping on Levincia. We'll probably just hatch about a box worth of eggs. Actually, I should probably eat a sandwich real quick, since I'm just outside Levincia. Ooh, we got the blur glitch. make this sandwich. Also, I guess, since we are hatching Quaxleys, which aren't mythicals like the Fione, we technically can, wonder trade all these mons. Question is, would you guys like to see me wonder trade these, like, on stream? Because we could get some pretty interesting results, considering, the state of wonder trade. Heck, you guys could even, like, send something through wonder trade, and maybe by some off miracle we find each other. Sure, why not? We get to find out how many bots are out there at the moment. Because, recently, I overheard, on someone else's side, is that they ran into a bot that was, like, giving out shiny Loyal 3 Pokemon. And they ended up with a shiny Pheasantipindi, which is totally illegal, considering that mon is not even released. Yeah, let's hatch about half an hour's worth of eggs, since we just ate the sandwich. This should make them hatch faster, especially since they were hatching decently fast even without the egg power. So hopefully we get to hatch quite a few within this half an hour. Thankfully, if the Indigo Disc is allowing us to just catch the other starters, you know, out in the field, we'll be doing a lot less Masudaring. I think the only Masuda method we'll have to do is literally just for the 3 starters, because, I mean, if we can find somebody who has Scarlet and is willing to trade a Fire Breed Shiny Tauros, that would definitely cut down on time. Because now that forms are available in mass outbreaks, like properly, we can now hunt for Water Breed Tauros and trade it. Something my dogs do is when I'm in my bedroom and they are not, they lay by my door waiting for me to open the door and let them in. Oh, do they just sit there and wait patiently? Because I know back in the day my dog used to get very angry. He'd do a gruffy sort of howl. But now he's very old and he has trouble seeing where the doors are, so he just sits in front of anything that's white. Because a lot of our doors are white, and he's lost vision in one of his eyes, because he's very old now. So we have to be very careful not to bump the door into him or anything like that. Right now he's tucked away on top of my bed, fast asleep. And I have put a little blankie over him because it is a little chilly today. Just to keep him warm and comfy. Which is... if he was human, this would be very scummy behavior, but because he's a dog, it's not so much. Because he woke up at 6 in the morning, like really early in the morning. And I ended up waking up because I heard that tic-tac of his nails on our wooden floor. So I was like, yeah, I might as well get up, sort of thing. And as soon as like he'd finished eating breakfast, gone to the bathroom, he immediately just started waiting at my step for me to take him upstairs so he could sleep on my bed. And now he's fast asleep, passed out. He's such an old, needy man. They also wait by the door when I'm in the bathroom, when I'm brushing my teeth or whatever else. Oh yeah. I would be very concerned if my dog was waiting for me outside my bathroom, considering where it's situated. But when he was young, he would try to sneak upstairs. When we were upstairs, we'd hear like these little tiniest tic-tacs of his toes as he slowly and very quietly climbed up the stairs. And he'd pretend that we didn't see him. He'd be like, "Oh, I'm not moving. Can't see me." And then he would continue to climb. We did get a little worried that he might fall down the stairs. So we had to block the stairs for a little while because we didn't want him climbing up and injuring himself while we weren't around. But now he's too old to do that, so he just waits for me to pick him up and carry him upstairs. Which I'm thankful for, that he's not attempting to climb the stairs without his vision. Because that would scare me more than him just waiting for me at the stairs. Notice the release date is the 14th of December, which is a Thursday for me, unfortunately. But yeah, I guess I won't be streaming on Saturday unless there's some other event happening before it. But yeah, no spoilers if when we do get to playing it. Because I will be trying to avoid spoilers. And nobody likes spoilers unless you ask for them, okay? So don't come barging in and say, "Hey, did you know this Pokemon is in the game?" Or "This Pokemon has this?" Or "This happens in the story?" Because I will time you out if I see any, like, aggravated spoiler giving. Because we don't like party poopers like that, where they just have to play the game early and they have to, like, tell everybody exactly what's in the game. Like, hey, we'd like to play the game ourselves. You don't need to tell us what's going to be in the game. Which is kind of funny, because that's kind of the opposite to what my dad does. He doesn't care for spoilers. Like, he doesn't, like, care at all. Where, when he was about to finish off Tears of the Kingdom, he just looked up the final boss, and he was like, "Yeah, I'm just gonna look it up and see how it fights and stuff like that." I'm like, "You're not going into it blind?" He's like, "No." And that thought process baffled me. I was just like, ugh. The way him and I play video games is very, very different, and I've accepted that, but it's very hard to accept it sometimes at the same time. Don't live in a house with multiple floors, so don't need to worry about my dogs falling down them. Yeah, definitely. There are some dog breeds that just do not mix with stairs. Like, I think Dachshunds, they literally say don't ever buy them if you have a house that has, like, stairs, because they can literally fall down the stairs and, like, break their back. Because they've got barely any legs. They're, like, 10% leg. That's it. So we don't want to risk them being hurt. I got spoiled by Nintendo sending me a promotional email about a feature they didn't show yet. Oh, okay. I didn't read the email. I just see, like, the beginning of it saying, "Oh, this is this," and I was like, okay, and just closed it. Because the notifications show up on my phone as well. So I'm just like, "Oh, I got an email notification. It's just Nintendo." And I just marked it as read and just moved on with my life. The funny thing is that I think it also shows me promotions for games that I'm not interested in. I believe the, what is it? The WarioWare game just came out recently. The, what's it called? Is it called Move It or something like that? WarioWare Move It? I've never played any of the WarioWare games. They don't really interest me. I know there are people who are interested in that sort of thing, but it's not my type of game, unfortunately. Though I did see, I think in every WarioWare game, they have some mini-games which are based off other video games. And some of the ones were quite interesting. So, they had, what did they have? They had a Pikmin one where you pluck a Pikmin in Pikmin 2. There was one where you play as a Cucko from Ocarina of Time 3D, and you have to run away from Link and not get caught as a microgame. And another one is from Fire Emblem Engage, like the most recent Fire Emblem game, where you gotta catch a ring on your finger to summon the emblems. And I was just like, oh my goodness, this is so weird to see that. I have thought about streaming Fire Emblem Engage on my stream. The only problem is that I'm not sure like where to go with Fire Emblem, because obviously with Fire Emblem Engage, there's a lot of like references to like other Fire Emblem games, simply because it was supposed to be the anniversary game. So there's a lot of mixed reviews on the game and such. Like, I enjoyed it for its battle system and everything like that. I had fun with it. But I understand that some people didn't like the game at all. Like, some people didn't like the protagonist, some people thought the story was a bit too cheesy, or like, you know, not serious considering we just had Three Houses. And Three Houses' story can be a bit dark at times. But that's also another problem if I wanted to stream Three Houses, is that Three Houses has, well, what do you know, 3 different paths and a 4th extra path, if you choose so. And I'm not sure if I'd want to stream all 3 paths, especially the fact that one of the downsides with Three Houses, which I will say is a criticism, is that the first part of the game is almost identical in all 3 paths. So doing the same maps and doing the same stories with slight variations can get rather tedious. Heck, like, there are some, I think there were some randomizers made for that game, and some of the randomizers allow you to skip the entirety of the school phase just because of how tedious it is. Which is, you know, a bit of a shame. And they were also decided that they were going to make the protagonist a silent protagonist, which I think is kind of counterproductive, especially with the support system. Like, I'm no stranger to silent protagonists. Heck, we just played a game with a silent protagonist, but like, the support conversations in Fire Emblem sort of require 2 characters talking to each other. And when your protagonist doesn't speak and only speaks via like selecting text boxes, and neither of these text boxes really give too much change to the dialogue, you might as well not have given us the choice. That's kind of something I am not a fan of when it comes to like some support, like just things like that. Don't give me 2 options when both options link back into a diamond back into the path. Like, there's no point for it that way, you know? Like, I know it's an age-old thing, like, oh, you must do the quest, and if you say yes, they're like, alright, we'll do the quest, but if you say no, they're like, but you must do the quest until you hit yes. Which is a trope in itself, funnily enough. That's why I would say, in terms of like support conversations, I think Xenoblade Chronicles does it best. So, for those who don't really know about Xenoblade Chronicles, they have a support system in that game, and there are various locations you can go to which have these things known as heart-to-hearts. Now, with these heart-to-hearts, you have to have a certain support level between 2 characters in your party, and they have a conversation, and you do have dialogue changes. Here's, like, dialogue choices. Here's the interesting thing. Depending on which answer you choose, you either lose hearts, like lose support points, or gain support points, which is kind of nuts. And it actually changes the story dynamic of the conversation. Sure, you do lose support points if you get the wrong answer, but sometimes you can get conversation, like, branches that actually you just never would hear. Like, there's some lore that's even hidden in some of the bad choices of dialogue, which is kind of nuts. And because you get 2 choices each time you do a heart-to-heart, you technically get like 4 different choices, like 2 wrong, 2 right, wrong and then right, and then right and then wrong, sort of thing, which is pretty cool. And it makes me sad that we don't have things like that more often, you know? I think we should have more of those type of convos. So we're at 50. Yeah, Pokemon professors repeating their request to complete the Pokedex until you say yes. Yeah. or just any game in general. Thankfully, I think with Dragon Quest, that's another one where they have a lot of things where you have to say yes or no to a lot of things. You do get some funny dialogue sometimes if you hit no, but yeah, you're kind of forced into saying yes anyways. Like, there's a particularly humorous one in Dragon Quest XI in regards to a quest, I think, for the mermaid, where she asks for you to help her, and Jade, one of the party members, turns to you and says, oh, we should help her out. If you say no during that, she actually throws out a kick that nearly hits you in the head, and then she's like, oh, sorry, I was just stretching. Just casually, just implying that you made the wrong choice there. And you can see the protagonist, like, legitimately flinch from, like, how fast and how quick that attack came out. But yeah, we need more games to have choices that actually matter. If the protagonist is supposed to say yes, just let them say yes. Like, just don't give us the choice. It's not necessary unless, like, it's a thing like, oh, are you ready to do this? No, I'm not ready. Yes, you can keep those. But, like, if you're going to force a person to say yes, just let us say yes. Sort of thing. Yeah, if you're going to force me to say yes, don't... Yeah, pretty much don't make the illusion of choice. It doesn't do anything. Or at least have the choices matter. Because I know, I think... what was it? There's a game out there. I think it's an Australian-made game. I don't remember the title of it, but they have it where, like, depending on your choice, it's, like, you're obviously following a certain path, but they made it that the dialogue changes, that it depends on what type of emotion you're going into it. So, like, if you're going with a more forceful emotion, like aggressive, or a more charming, or maybe a more, like, just honest opinion sort of thing. And that sort of changes the dynamic of the story a little bit, including the music. That's kind of cool. And it's another thing of, hey, it actually matters what your choice is. Like, that's fine and all. That sort of thing. But I guess there can be the opposite of not making a choice, would be just that your character is just a total doormat, which is not great either. That's why I think it's pretty... You gotta be careful with how you create your silent protagonists. Like, there's nothing wrong with having a silent protagonist. You just gotta play it kind of right. Don't make them like a bland piece of paper. Like, at least have them have some sort of quirk. Or, like, something interesting about them. Which is, I guess, slightly circling back to the whole thing with Fire Emblem Three Houses. The professor in that game, or Byleth, the main character, who's the silent protagonist, they're so boring in Three Houses. Like, sure, their design's nice. I do like the male Byleth's design. Female Byleth, not so much. It's a bit all over the place. I think if they had the same outfit as the male one, that would have looked better. But, like, both of them are so boring. But then when you, like, see them show up in, like, things like Fire Emblem Heroes, which is the mobile game, as well as, like, in Three Hopes, which was the Fire Emblem Warriors game, they're far more interesting. Like, even though they don't talk as much still, they're far more interesting than when they were just totally silent protagonists. Like, heck, you go from the boring, doesn't talk at all professor to this weird, quirky sort of mercenary who has this habit of collecting items and trying to return them to people, or fishing constantly. Like, that's way more interesting than just blank piece of paper. But the problem is that they kind of get overshadowed by the protagonist from Three Hopes, because I just love the protagonist from Three Hopes. Like, they're up there for one of my favorite, like, protagonists. Like, well, I guess customizable avatar I would call, because there's obviously multiple protagonists in, because there's multiple Fire Emblem games, and I haven't played all of them. I legitimately started on Awakening. So, I can't, like, say for sure what the other protagonists are like. But like out of the customizable avatar protagonists, that they are pretty high up on my list of ones that I do like. Yeah, I guess if I do get a modded 3DS, I could play some Fire Emblem games. Though it'd really be only like Awakening, maybe. Because I have mixed opinions on Fates. Like, I enjoyed it for its parts, but there are some parts where the story is the part that sort of turns me off really badly. Like, I enjoy the battle, the characters are interesting through supports, but like... the story... yeah. Like, I don't mind the avatar in that game, but like, bro, the story does not do them justice. It just makes them so much worse. I feel bad. I'm like, I enjoy Fire Emblem games, and I'm just constantly just being negative about them. Yeesh. I hope you guys are enjoying me just prattling on about various games I've played. As I'm literally just circling around with eggs. We are getting close to the sandwich ending, so we'll probably move on to something slightly more exciting, which will be us shiny hunting. I know, what was it? The Alchemist wanted to play, I think, Nintendogs on their modded 3DS. Basically, the 3DS is modded so that you can connect it to the computer and, I believe, record the footage without having to use an emulator. I think I wanted to play the original Nintendogs on stream, just as a sort of a lol game, because I haven't touched Nintendogs in like who knows how long. And I did enjoy it back in the day. It probably wouldn't be as exciting streaming it. It would just be me playing it like I don't think we could like squeeze out 5 hours worth of Nintendogs lol. But who knows, maybe it can be like part of our intro scene or something like that. We'll just play it for like a little bit just beforehand. But yeah, I couldn't play it as part of an emulator because I attempted to like try it. I was like, oh, I was curious to see what it sounded like. But then I forgot, like, Nintendogs requires microphone. Like, most of its like gameplay is, you know, related to a microphone, saying commands, saying its name, stuff like that. Emulator does not compute that very well. I did attempt to, and it made my voice sound demonic. So I was like, no, I don't think so. Because there's nothing more unsettling than listening to my voice come back in this garbled, demonic, deep-blowing voice, and my dog being like, I like that name, and I'm just like, no, thank you. That's not what I want. All these ducks. Not sure when I'm going to Wonder Trade them. Maybe after we do a couple of sandwiches, we'll just send a bunch off to Wonder Trade. See what we get, if we get anything interesting. Wonder Trade doesn't take too long, thankfully. It's more just, it's just the slight wait to it. See if anything comes up, because we can't obviously speed it up. And, I mean, we'd have to be sort of just standing there. I don't know if I'd want to do one... I probably don't want to do Wonder Trading while I'm sandwiching, because Wonder Trade takes, like, what? 20 seconds? Each time, because it's like, hold out Pokemon, throw Pokemon out, get the other Pokemon, see the Pokemon, and then go back to the Wonder Trade screen. That would waste a lot of time on a sandwich. But yeah, I guess also thinking about like the starters and shiny starters. what are people going to be, if you do have the DLC, what are people going to go after first? I assume all the starters are showing up, unless the game decides to just, I don't know, be like, haha, funny joke, we're just gonna not add these starters. I think all the starters are coming back. Like, what are you guys gonna shiny hunt first? Because obviously there'll be a lot of choice. I'm obviously gonna go for all the Hoenn starters first, I think. Seeing that I am, like, a big Hoenn Gen 3er, I think it'd be right for me to have, like, finish up the starters for Gen 3. I think I'm only missing, like, not too many from Gen 3. Let me see. Of Mons. So missing almost all the starters. I do have Marsh Stomp, which we got during our Living Home Decks episode. And then there's, like, a couple of Mons that we can't get in Scarlet and Violet. I think everything that we possibly could get in Scarlet and Violet, we've already gotten. Yeah. A couple of these things we can get in Sword and Shield. But that's pretty much it. And unfortunately, a lot of these Mons we can't get in Legends Arceus either. The only Mon we could possibly get from Scarlet and Violet is like Swalot. I am missing Swalot. I do have Gulpin, but I just don't have Swalot. But yeah, a lot of these Mons are like kind of not in either the games that would have the best shiny odds, which is unfortunate. And I am frightened over the idea of attempting to shiny hunt Beldum. Because I think you can get Metang at least in the Dynamax raids, but Beldum, you kind of have to go and like look for it in the Crowned Tundra. And I've seen some horror stories of people going in during hail, and their Beldum's just taking themselves out because obviously the only move Beldum knows is Takedown and hail chip damage, even if you put it to sleep. Very scary. And Beldum is one of the few Pokemon that has a catch rate of a legendary Pokemon. So that's kind of rough. Metagross might be my first hunt. Oh, is Metagross coming back? I did not know that, but that's okay. I think I do know a couple of Mons that are coming back. I think, was it Plusle and Minun are coming back, I believe? And a part of me wants to go for Minun, despite I already have Minun. Just like, I would like to have a shiny Minun on my team. Pretty sure it's in one of the trailers. Okay. It's been a while since I've watched the trailer, so I don't really remember. I know Toucannon's coming back. That's another Mon that I would love to get as a shiny. I do have Pikipek back from Sun and Moon because it was one of the few Pokemon I SOS'd shiny hunted. And I love Toucannon. He's a cool bird, you know. Alola had some really solid designs. We gotta get that tier list done at some point, so I can gush about every single Pokemon and watch you guys crumble when I get your favorite and put it down at the bottom of the list or something. That's... My mum keeps walking in and out of my room trying to give me things. And she apparently gave me something and it's not even the right thing. I'm not sure if you heard her over stream, but yeah. She was trying to talk to me. I think she's a little miffed that I'm streaming at the moment because she wanted to do something today. And I am not available because I am sitting here hatching ducks. How much of the timer do we have left? Okay, this will be our last batch for now. And then we're gonna head over to Kitakami and do some shiny hunting. was something else I think in the trailers, but I can't remember. I think I'm mixing up the teal mask and the indigo disc of mons that have shown up in the trailers. Because I'm thinking of like Yanma and Wooper, but they clearly show up in the teal mask, not the indigo disc. I'm just curious to see how the story goes with the indigo disc. Because I think they have shown off, it's going to be battle heavy, I think? Because, I mean, isn't it that Blueberry Academy is, like, all dedicated to battling? So I'm wondering what that's going to be like. We are also going to be only taking a small portion of our team. We're not going to take everyone that we caught in Kitakami. Because obviously I want to fill in the new team with new mons, just for the fun of it. I know it was difficult at times, but yeah. Trailers kind of make it look like... Yeah, it kind of looks like a battle tower, so I'm not sure what's going to happen. They do have a facility where you can catch all the Pokemon, but yeah. It seems like we're going to be battling a lot of people, considering I think they showed off like 5 new rivals. And obviously, the story between Carmine and Kieran is not over as well. So we're going to be battling a lot of different people. And the fact that, like, the teal mask ended with both Carmine and Kieran both using, like, teams that had items, which was, like, I think it's a first. Or, like, it's at least something really new in Pokemon that they have actual teams with competitive items. Which is, you know, kind of nuts. Like, considering this is, like, the story mode of the DLC. Like, if we compare Sword and Shield's one, I don't think, I don't remember if Mustard and Clara had items on their teams when you battle them. So, I mean, we beat Clara pre-post game, so I'm not sure if that would have changed had it been post game. But yeah, it was kind of a shock to see, like, the final battles we had in the Teal Mask required us to have items. Alrighty. Okay, so that's 60, 70, 80 eggs so far. Not bad for 30 minutes getting eggs done. Obviously, we still got a little bit more. At least these hatch a lot faster than the Fione. That's probably what made this go a lot faster. But I'm just gonna quickly close my door because my mother has left my door open, so I'll just be back in a second. Don't mind my avatar bouncing around as I attempt to get my headset back on. Alright, let's head over to Kitakami. And look for some mons. I've got to also find a video for shiny hunting. Because there is a guy on YouTube who has all the videos. I need it for the teal mask. Okay. Found it. Gotta turn the volume off so that you guys don't have to hear it. So I'm pretty sure that it doesn't go over onto my VOD, so it's not too big of a deal. Okay, let's see. I do want to do poison because I kind of want to get that Ekans. I think I attempted to get Ekans off stream, but I didn't have much luck with it. I would need to get 2 of them though, so that's the big difference. Alright, let me just double check and see where we can go. There is a cave that I was sitting in, but that I think it'd be a bit more interesting if I ran around looking for these mons as opposed to just standing in a cave. Alright. Whoa, goodness, that Statler just spawned out of nowhere. We're also gotta grab our Breloom. Well, it's not going to be the best against poison types. Has Spore. Alright. I still have to defeat the ogre people as well. Kinda not did that, you know? So we need to go over here. Not too far. So you can also go over to, I believe, over here as well. If we go here, we might also find Spinnerack. But we can also find Bellsprout, which would be a little worrying. Because I don't need any Bellsprout for sure. And I guess the other thing that could badly happen is we find Ariados first instead of Spinnerack. We don't need Ariados, we need just Spinnerack. Alright, I'm gonna turn the online off real quick, so if we do run into the Pokemon, it doesn't despawn. How long has that guy been staring at that hut? Alright. Are you kidding me? Am I really too close to him? That's a pain. Here. Thank you. Okay, so the recipe is 1 noodle and 2 salty. Salty noodle sandwich, apparently. I don't think I've ever used noodles in my sandwiches. Like, ever. So I'm actually kind of surprised I have enough noodles. At least this is the world's easiest sandwich. Done. Very balanced sandwich, might I add. It's just gonna be salty bread until you get to the middle of it. God, I miss curries. At least the curries looked a bit more like they made sense. Like, I'm not gonna completely knack on sandwiches, because at least the sandwiches work. Bro, some of these sandwiches look awful. Like, wasn't there... We made a sandwich way at the beginning of Violet, where it was just a sausage sandwich and it completely fell apart because we had no idea what we were doing. Good times, good times. Oh no, Ghastly can spawn here too, because it's nighttime. Ah, no. Kinda sucks, but we have to use poison for the Ekans to show up. Problem is also is that Ghastly is a kind of a haunter as well. They're kind of hard to see shinies because their body doesn't really change much. It's just their mouth, so if you don't see the front of it, it's kind of hard to tell. Let me zoom out the camera real quick. Arbok at least will be very, very easy to see if we do run into it. Spinnerack is okay. Ekans might be a little hard because it's small. But that's all I can really think of. If this location doesn't really work out for us, we can always go back to the other location. Just kind of sucks that it's nighttime right now. The long grass actually doesn't help with the Ekans situation either, because they sort of just worm around in the long grass. At least they seem common enough. But I think I'm seeing more spiders than I am seeing Ekans. But yeah, apparently there's a cave. Yeah, this cave over here. If you go over to this particular cave, with the poison sandwich, you can apparently just spawn in a bunch of them, I believe, if you just hug this wall. Yeah, there you go, see? There's a bunch of snakes. And what you would do is you would send a Pokemon out and battle all these snakes as they spawn in. And if you stand in just the right spot, you can just auto-battle until the shiny shows up. But we're not going to do that because it's a little boring if you guys are just watching me stand in one corner. And I can assure you, it's not very interesting footage because I've done it before and didn't get anything out of it. Okay, I think, yeah, this spot looks a bit better. I'm seeing just spiders everywhere as opposed to seeing Quaxly. So yeah, this is a bit of a better location because I need a Spinnerack as well, so I'm not going to complain finding Spinnerack. You can see Doubles logged back into their Scarlet game. If we do a tier list for Pokemon, would you guys be interested in seeing a shiny version as well? Because obviously shinies add a whole nother layer of whether a Pokemon looks good or not. And heck, even some of my opinions on certain Pokemon actually are changed whether they are shiny or not. Like, I tend to think more highly of Pokemon that have really good shinies as opposed to those who are Igglybuff. You know. The shade of the tree kind of makes it a little hard to see. Also, this would be terrifying for an arachnophobe, just saying. You eat one poison sandwich, you go outside and there's just spiders covering the grass. Though I am surprised, there's no Ekans that I can see. I'm just seeing a lot of Spinnerack as opposed to Ekans. It might be just the time of day over here that might be causing the discrepancy of snakes. I get a good view of them from here. I wonder if I just drive a bit backwards and then go back. I don't think that will work. They're also spawning up here. Oof, you can feel the lag. Look how slow he's jumping. What is causing that lag spike all of a sudden? Like, what? I can't imagine what would be causing it over here. Oh, there we go. It fixed itself a little bit. The fact that we keep having these lag spikes just doesn't help. Is it because I went too close to the bamboo here? Because yeah, when I came up here, the lag started kicking in. Is the game rendering something that I can't see at the moment? What? Why is there a swine up here? I'm gonna go back into this cave. The mystery of Game Freak spaghetti code, pretty much. Maybe that's why they have a hard time fixing their things, because even they don't know what coding is. This is an accurate representation of Game Freak code. And sometimes it's not even like programming, it's just like actual environmental things. Because obviously, if you have certain environmental like aspects, it also can cause, you know, effects in the game. It's kind of like, there was an interesting thing, if you guys remember Untitled Goose Game, which is an Australian game, but obviously they have little tricks and stuff in order to help the game run a bit better. And one of my favorite things that they mentioned was they have a tiny little waterfall effect that's coming off, I think, like just a tiny little pond river or something like that. It has a tiny little waterfall effect. What they did was they literally just got the river texture and then they turned it into a ring, and it's not flowing water, it's just the ring spinning to give the illusion of water running. So that sort of saves on slight processing time. But it's like a pretty neat trick. And over on the other end of the spectrum, we have Game Freak, who's rendering an entire ocean that's the size of the planet Earth, and that's not fixed if I am aware of. I'm pretty sure it's still there in Paldea. Like, that's why it lags so much when you're at the lake, because it's rendering an entire ocean's worth of, like, water. Which, I don't know what to say. The fact they haven't fixed that just baffles me. You'd think it'd be like the first thing they fix. Oh, and I guess also when it rains, it lags as well. Just adding an extra layer of lagging. That's why I will say this. Once the DLC is finished, like it drops and stuff like that, I want to see no announcements from Pokemon. Like none. Until it's been at least a year or two. As much as I like Scarlet and Violet's story, we cannot have a repeat of Scarlet and Violet. And I know all those people are hyping up the next Legends game or like another game in the series. Just stop, please. Just let the poor workers who are working in Game Freak and forced to spit games out at rapid speed, just let them rest. They gotta see their families. And they gotta actually code the game properly. Because if every game from now on is like this quality, that'd kind of be very bad, you know? That Wooper is so small. Look at him, he's tiny. The spiders are bigger than him. Anyways, enough about complaining about games. What are people looking forward to, considering we're getting a bunch of new games coming out? Heck, we just had, was it Mario Wonder just come out recently too? All the Mario games will be coming out soon. I'm kind of looking forward to replaying, was it Luigi's Mansion Dark Moon? Interestingly enough, I wanted to stream Luigi's Mansion 3, but couldn't because I've not played, I couldn't stream Dark Moon, which you kind of need to play Dark Moon just to have a little bit of perspective on a couple of things, because obviously each game is sort of like tied in. Just loosely. And it kind of would have made no sense to do it like that. The other problem is I have not played the GameCube version. I know, sue me. I didn't have a GameCube, so I've never played the original Luigi's Mansion. I don't know if I could, because Luigi's Mansion 2 and 3 have vastly different mechanics due to, like, obviously Luigi's Mansion was, I don't know, I wouldn't say it was a test demo, but it was like definitely testing out new things. So there was a lot of ideas that, you know, stayed and a lot of ideas that didn't. And like the mechanic of like the vacuum cleaner is definitely one of them. But fun fact, did you know there are people still speedrunning Luigi's Mansion, like the original? And like they're constantly finding new things to exploit to cut the time even shorter. And I think apparently they found another major skip, which is just wild to me that there are people out there still speedrunning a... How old is Luigi's Mansion? Like, it's GameCube, like, really old game at this point. And they're still finding, like, new tricks, new exploits, new ways to make the game faster. Whether it be via, like, tasks or with, like, just humans. Same with Mario 64. Yeah, Mario 64 is still a game that people speedrun. And I think, though, with that, I believe... What was it? Was it a couple of months ago? It was this year, I think. Where somebody performed what would be, like, closest to the perfect run on Super Mario 64. And I know someone has done the almost pin-perfect run in the original Mario Bros. Where apparently he played so good, like, there is, like, no way to beat his time currently. Humanly possible. You'd have to play so perfectly and be blessed by, like, RNG, essentially, in order to beat his time. Which is, like, wild to me. And, like, after he beat that run, him screaming, like, over the fact that he'd done that run, honestly, is, like, testimony to it, because, bro, you just did, like, the perfect run. Like, they did, like, estimates from, like, a human to a robot, like a bot doing this run, and they're like, yeah, this is the bot's level. The humans could theoretically get to this level, but it'd be very difficult, and you beat that theoretical. Like, bro, you should be celebrating. You deserve it. You've done something that, like, people didn't even think was possible. That's why speedrunning is such a fascinating, like, genre. I think my dad doesn't understand it because obviously his playstyle is just play it slow and steady. So the idea of people just bum rushing through a game makes no sense to him. But I always love watching a good speedrun. Or like even just a run through of a randomizer where they go through a randomizer as fast as possible. Kind of why I play randomizers myself. I should stream another randomizer at some point. I've only streamed one since I've done a couple beforehand, but I haven't really streamed another randomizer since my birthday here on the channel. I think I should. I definitely, as cursed as the seed we got for that randomizer was, I did enjoy it, despite how badly it went at times, where the game just funneled me into not getting a sword the entire game. That was fun. It's that if I didn't have Fierce Deity, I would have had to fight Majora with my fists. Thank goodness we picked that up like super early. Whoop. That's like the one thing that I'm always looking forward to finding is the Fierce Deity in a Majora's Mask randomizer. I like to mix it in with the group. And just finding it basically gives you like the most powerful sword in the game. It just allows you to melt bosses. Like, why wouldn't you take it? Though another randomizer I would like to try out is the one where people have figured out how to merge Ocarina of Time with Majora's Mask. That looks like it'd be like legitimately interesting, and it would last quite a while. I think it'd probably take me maybe like 3 episodes to do it, give or take. Because it took us like what 2 episodes to clear just one playthrough of Majora's Mask. So I'd say it'd take us 3 episodes to do Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask at the same time. But yeah, I've just got to do some setup with that. And I will be playtesting it because my sister is now free. She's been able to get some time off, and me and her have organized a time for us to play some video games together, which is nice. I haven't talked to her for a little while, so it'd be nice to just, chat with her again, due to her being a registered nurse. So her times off are very, very limited. But also, she has her own gaming schedule. She plays Final Fantasy 14. So she was like, "Oh, I could do this, but we have to end at a certain time because I'm going on a raid with a bunch of friends." I'm like, "Makes sense." I don't think I really play any MMOs because I know that I'd be sucked into it and never come out. No luck on our end for this shiny, though, I gotta say. The spider is just refusing to show up. And it's also daytime, too, and there's no sign of Ekans, either. I think this was where we were supposed to go for Ekans, but I'm not really seeing anything. I think it's, yeah, we have to go back to over where the that hut is. Yeah, there's some Ekans in here, but, like, unless I just picnic reset, which is not fun. Let's go back over to where we were before. And now that it's daytime, all those Ghastly and Haunter should be gone. So... okay, so I can see them now, popping up. Still Spinnerack, but at least Ekans are showing up around here. This is not really any good place for Ekans because it just overlaps with a lot of things. That's like the downside of being a monotype when you're sandwich hunting, is that in some areas, if there's like multiple Pokemon with that monotype, you're just competing with all of them. Also, I realize it's going to be rough to see the shiny, because, like, shiny Ekans is, like, green. I'm going to be looking for a green snake in the grass. Kind of hoping we see Arbok as well. If we see Arbok, that definitely would, like, speed things up, because at least with Arbok, you can see it. It's, like, gold. Like, there's no way we'd miss an Arbok. Giant golden snake. A single girder who's just, I guess, here. Man, the sandwich is almost out already. We're about... only got 10 minutes left. Nothing to show for it, unfortunately. Perhaps this is to balance the luck that I had the other day. When we shiny hunted on that for the ghost event, and we managed to find like 3 shinies and 2 sandwiches. Maybe this is the counterbalance. Just no shinies for a little while. Because we also found, what, like 2 shinies down in the Area 0 as well, so... a good chance that my luck is doing the thing where it's gonna go reverse back to completely bad luck. Because I've had bad luck sandwiches where I've had like 3 sandwiches in a row with no shinies showing up. Or like the wrong shinies showing up. I've had a couple of those. Where I clearly have eaten for a particular sandwich and then the shiny is just like something totally unrelated. Just showing up full odds. Also, I want to eat this this bread that I have. I bought it from a bakery the other day. I'm looking forward to eating it. It's like an Oreo cream cheese bun. Sounds interesting. Problem is I kind of need both hands to like to swivel the camera around and as well as run around for the shiny. Maybe when we're wonder trading, I'll take a couple of bites out of it, so I don't feel as hungry. I'm hearing a lot of emergency vehicles all of a sudden outside my house. Can't imagine what they're for, because it doesn't look like it'd be weather for like fires. Because bushfires are quite like, it's a common thing. Like, at least you know it can happen over here. But the weather's been quite cool, so I guess there wouldn't be any fires at the moment. But you never know, really. It's always that one person who's like, but what if I want to light a fire? And they just do it, not caring that they're endangering the lives of so many people. But it's more likely that it's for traffic reasons. That's been on the rise, to say the least, unfortunately. Actually, I think I saw an accident the other day. Or at least, like, the end part of an accident. I didn't see it happen. But I saw, when I was driving back from work, I saw two cars with their... Well, I saw one car with its danger lights on. I was like, oh, that's odd. Thankfully, it was in the lane that I wasn't in, so I was driving past it. And I took a very quick glance just to see what was going on with the danger lights. Yeah, the car in front of it had the back of it just squished in. So it was a rear ending. The woman from the other car did not look impressed, to say the least. But I mean, her car met with the front of a ute. And utes tend to have like these big grill like of metals on the front, so they don't tend to bend very easily, unlike a lot of modern cars. And I think earlier during stream I heard like I could hear people revving their engines, which is just fun. Like, I don't understand cars that have big revvy engines. Like, does any of you guys like enjoy that sort of stuff? Like people with cars that just make these loud roaring sounds when they like go anywhere? Because clearly I don't understand. And I don't think I ever will. Like, you wouldn't want to be in a chase situation, would you? Because you'd be able to... people would be able to hear you. Just going, run, sort of thing, to your cars. We're at the 5-minute mark. No spitters and no snakes. I guess we're gonna have to call this sandwich a dud, unfortunately. Unless we find in the last 5 minutes. We did do that once with the Grivard sandwiches. We managed to find a doggo in the last 2 minutes of the sandwich, so we're not gonna give up until the sandwich is over, but it's looking rough. I don't want to hope... I hope I haven't just missed it by accident. Because, I mean, look how big Ekans is. Ekans is so small. I'm like slightly afraid that I've just walked past the shiny Ekans because I didn't see it in the grass. Blended in like the snake it is. Because even the purple one's kind of rough to see. And unfortunately, I can't rely on you guys to suddenly yell out that there's the shiny, because there's like a minute delay or something like that. I'll probably be long gone by the time you guys were to message me about a shiny I've missed. Oh, Bellsprout. Not liking that. I want the Bellsprout to disappear because I don't need a Bellsprout for sure. Fortunately, we have to just hunt here in daytime. The moment it becomes night again, we'll be back to Quaxly and can't really do anything about that. Nothing here. The Snaketh refuses to show off. Alright. Oh wait, what am I turning the online on for? I turned it on by accident. I was supposed to hit save. Well, no, not really save, just... There's no point turning the online on if we're going to quit because we're going to save the sandwich. My sleep deprived, or like, sort of sleep deprived. I think I'm just growing bored that the sandwich isn't showing anything. It's a little discouraging when you don't find anything. Unfortunately, I think I've chatted a good portion of my social meter out from just earlier on when we were doing the egg hatching. Because it's not like I can really discuss anything at the moment. Hate how the shadows, though, make the Spinnerack, like, sort of look like they could be shiny. But no. I don't remember what Bellsprout's shiny looks like at the top of my... Oh, there's one! Oh my goodness, how much of the sandwich do we have left? A whole minute left. Last second. Golden Snake. Thank you for showing up. Oh my goodness. Oh, you can easily tell that's shiny. I was legit losing hope that we were gonna find something on this sandwich. I've never seen a last minute thing so hard. Unfortunately, I don't know what Arbok's moveset's like. So I'm like trying to figure out, because I don't want it to do anything silly like you know, take itself out. Never mind. Got that crit cap. Let's go. Last minute snack. There he is. Is it just me? I think the blue is a lot more muted, or it's darker on this version. Let's take a look at him, shall we? Let's... There he is. Oh, there's scales on this boy. That's so cool. You can legit see like the scales and stuff like that. He is very big too. Look at him. He's also apparently asleep at the moment with his eyes wide open. Well, there's no yellow eyes. Yeah, like the pattern on his belly as well. I'm pretty sure it used to be a more brighter blue on his belly, but yeah, it's more darker blue now. He does not have a mark. He's somewhat of a clown, though, apparently. Alrighty. I am happy that we got something right at the end, but goodness did he make me wait. Right, let's head back into town. And let's start throwing out some mons to Wonder Trade, so that I, the person on the other side of the stream, can eat this delicious looking bun. Okay, back online. Because obviously Wonder Trading does not require any hands. I do miss them calling it Wonder Trade. They call it Surprise Trade now. What do you guys prefer it as? Wonder Trade or Surprise Trade? I prefer Wonder Trade because that's sort of what I've grown up with. But it sounds more interesting that way. Like Wonder Trade. Also, if anybody would like to help me trade a Feebas, I think I do have a Marvel scale. I need to trade up a Feebas. Wow, the lag. I thought the lag would have ended us leaving this place. Should also see if there's any good Quaxlys. Did we get any with good stats? Got a couple with best in 4. It's not bad. Ooh, we got this one. I might save this one so I can use it for breeding later. Because I like to try and get good stats on the eggs that I breed. Yeah, Wonder Trade Blub agrees with me. I do wonder why they just decided to change it to Surprise Trade. I don't know exactly when they changed it to Surprise Trade. I think it was just Sword and Shield. I think the 3DS version called it Wonder Trade. And then in Sword and Shield they just went to Surprise Trade. Also, game. Excuse me, what's happening here? Hello? Game? It's apparent. Is it frozen? I don't know. Like, this screen doesn't have any movement to it, so I can't tell if it's just frozen. I'm just gonna wait a while and see. If this is the case, I might fly back to Paldea and see if that helps. Thankfully, with surprise trades, you're sort of forced to save the game, so our shiny should be safe. Oh my goodness, that took a long time. Just one trade. Like, what is causing the lag over here? Oh my god. Yeah, I'm apparently trading with someone on Mars. Oh, hey, it's raining on my end. Maybe that's what's causing it too. Let's get out of here real quick. Also, apparently a cute Feebas and a Love Ball. Let's put the Arbok away. But yeah, I think I do have a Marvel scale. Let me take a look. It's good to have some rain finally. Yeah, Prism scale, not Marvel scale. So I just need someone who I can trust to trade it with me. Let's save the game. Let's go back to Paldea, because apparently Kitakami... they apparently describe Kitakami as, like, also being light years away. Oh, my game is just lagging hard. Like, I just clicked one button. I'm not even trading. It's just lagging like crazy. I might... Okay. I'm gonna turn off the game. I can help you with the trade before I go to sleep. Alright, no worries. Let me just first turn off the game because I don't know what's causing this lag. Like, this is insane amounts of lag. I can't even get out of the menu. That's how bad this is. Like, I'm trying to get out of the menu so I can turn the game off. And here I thought we were gonna have some, like, fun doing some wonder trades, but I can't even, like, trade even one mon. Truest final boss. At least it gives me a bit of time to eat this, this bun. Let me out of the menu! Please! I know you can hear me, game. Let me out of the menu, please. Alright. Turn the game off. And go back into it. Goodness. I have not seen lag this bad in quite a while. Okay. Back to Paldea, please. Okay, let's see. It's raining here too. Oh. Let's see if the lag has improved. If it has not, then I'll just simply, I'll just simply continue doing some egg trades. Oh, let's just do one surprise trade and see how the lag is. And then Blub, I'll trade you in as well. But if the surprise trade lag is still bad, then I'll just make, yeah, do your trade and then leave it at that. Alright, let's see. Okay, the lag seems to have been fixed. Just my game was just lagging like crazy for some reason. Alright. I'll quickly trade with you, Blub. And then we'll just trade off the last of these surprise trades. Okay, so Link trade, not battle. And that's the code real quick. And then we'll, I think we'll do maybe another sandwich and then finish up on just egg hatching today. Just let me know when you're ready, Blob. Ooh, nice shiny Cacturn. I do have shiny Cacturn, but I'll probably have to go get the male form because the female form and the male form, like, they have a gender difference. I didn't realize what the gender difference was on Cacturn for the longest time. They were like, oh yeah, there's a gender difference. I was like, really? I didn't know. It's the diamond pattern on their belly. So, male Cacturn has 4 small diamonds, whilst a female Cacturn has 1 big diamond in the center. Just gotta wait for the Evo on Blob's end. Seems like it's starting to rain more, steadily now. Earlier it was like kind of heavy, but now it's just like regular rainfall. Which is good, because my garden, my flowers really need some rain. So upset by like... I have these snapdragons, which are very pretty flowers. One of my snapdragons is even a rescue flower, technically. It was put in a bargain bin in Bunnings, where they were going to get rid of it because it didn't look pretty. Like, it was all sort of scraggly and had bits and bobs, like, all over the place. So, it was half price. Which is a shame, because it's such a pretty flower, this particular snapdragon. It has pink and yellow flowers, like a peachy color. Which is really cute, but, like, to think that because it was growing incorrectly in their eyes, they're like, yeah, half price. Which is a little sad, but cheaper for me, so... And now it grows pretty nicely in my pot that I just put it in. I just put it in a new pot, which is bigger for it. Because it was kind of getting a bit too big for the pot that it was currently in. But, yes, recently, apparently I found out that my snapdragons were being attacked by caterpillars. Like, I like caterpillars. Don't get me wrong, but, like, I don't like it when they're eating my flowers. And they were, like, these little, small grey-brown ones, so they're not even nice-looking caterpillars. Oh, I realized the Quaxleys have been breeding have the hidden ability. I didn't realize. with the amount of ability patches I have in this game due to like bots as well as just doing the event raids, I don't really care too much about hidden abilities now. That's a cool username, that one. Got a weird symbol in the middle of it. Oh. Ah, look, it's our first bot. That was very quick. What is this, the 4th trade? Yep, that is a bot. A botted Ditto with a Master Ball. And best in every stat. Is it level 100? And it's level 100. I didn't think it wouldn't take that long. Like, I thought it was going to take a bit longer, like we were going to get to the 2nd row, but no, this is like the 4th trade. And we've already got like 1 bot. And before anyone asks, no, I do not keep these genned mons. Like, I'm doing my best to get rid of a lot of the genned mons. Yeah. I think the problem is that with supposedly stopping linked mons, or like these website mons, you can technically name your Pokemon anything. Polychumba? Is that legit its name? Is that Shuppet's name in whatever language it's in? Polychumba? So silly sounding. But yeah, like, I mean, the problem is it's just a name, really. And there are some names that do have dots in them, so I guess that's why they don't bother. But yeah, it should be more that they should find a way to ban bots, but it's kind of hard to for them, and they don't care. I think if they cared a little bit more, I think the only issue is that they have against botted bots is literally if you use them in competitive or something like that. Like, they won't allow you to use them in competitive. That's sort of where it stops. But it is crazy that you can just pretty much get away with most like genned mons. Like a good portion of them, if they're genned correctly, can easily pass the test in home. Apparently hacked mons, if you send hacked mons over to home, they tend to turn into bad eggs if they're incorrectly created. But yeah, a good portion of them can be easily figured out. Just type a couple of things in and stuff like that, and it's all fine, handy dandy. But like, some of them are pretty bad. Like, over in home, currently there's this epidemic of people sending in like clearly hacked Chinese Ogopons, where they have like every single ribbon, and they also have like it in a Cherish Ball, which is like currently not possible, and somehow that just doesn't trigger anything over in the system. They're like, yeah, that seems legitimate. Also, like the guy's name, Ash Ketchum, spelt incorrectly. Yeah, when I was doing the... Wow, these surprise traits are going decently fast, I gotta say. Yeah, that lag that was happening before I reset the game was crazy. I don't even know what that was caused from, too. There was just this absurd amount of lag. Wiglet. I should hunt for Wiglet eventually. Or like all the Paldean exclusive mons. I think I did try to hunt for Wiglet once, but didn't get really anything out of it, unfortunately. Nothing here? Oh, there we go. It's like the previous messages hadn't finished or something like that. Ready? Apparently some standard stuff. Nothing unusual here. I feel like at least when the DLC did drop, a lot of bots that were already there, a lot of them did get like removed, I think, or like at least didn't make the DLC check. Because I think when I was doing the Fennekin trades, which was before the DLC, I think I was getting botted Pokemon almost like every 5 trades. And I did get a couple like back-to-back botted mons. Is that Miss Magia's just called Hyper Potion? Oh, it's holding a Hyper Potion too. That's funny. That's a good one to trade, that one. Like hyper trades like wonder trades like that are so much more interesting than like just the botted ones. Didn't we just trade with this person? Because I saw the name Lynx before. Did we just trade with the same person? That would be funny if that was the case. Let me see. Oh my god, we did! we traded with the exact same person and got our Quaxly back? What the heck? Because I think we traded the Hyper Potion with him or something like that. I'll have to take a look a bit later. But yeah, we just got our own Quaxly back. Like, what are the odds of that? Okay. At least this person's a different person. The Lynx guy's like, what the heck? Why did I get another Quaxly? He's like, this is a scam. Another one of these. Recently I had this, message show up saying that I have these points and that they're going to like expire within certain days, and to click on this definitely suspicious link. The thing is that I doubt I have that many points in Coles, you know? I don't even go to Coles, so where am I getting these points from? They gave me that message twice already. So I'm like, no, I'm not gonna look at it. I've got a ball of rocks. That's another good nickname. We're getting some cool wonder traits here. Look at this guy. That's a cool dude. Ball of rocks. I wonder if they're from the same person. That'd be funny. No, they're totally different people. That's cool though. Like, these are the one traits we like to see. Yeah, now this is a day and age that we're like, you should never click links you get from like random numbers on text message, like ever. Because like 90% of the time they're scams. And it's really sad that that's the case now. Plus, if Coles was so worried about me, they'll send me an email. Then again, I don't even think I'm a member of Coles. I've had similar situations where some places like, oh, I think they called me and they're like, oh, something about your networking, and then they told me a networking that I was like, yeah, that's cool, but I'm not a customer for that. Most of the time they'll just hang up if I say something like that. I've had one time where they were like, oh, we're from this company, and I'm like, yeah, we don't use that company. And then he just flat out ignored me and continued the spiel. And I'm like, what part of no did you not understand? I'm not interested. And I can clearly tell you're a scam. Though it is kind of sad that nowadays just like most of the phone calls that I get are unfortunately just scammers. Because obviously if it's somebody that I actually trust, they'll probably send me a text message or something. Or just talk to me if they're family members. Heck, even you guys, like, would probably just send a message either over Discord or, like, to just this stream if you wanted to ask me something. Speaking of, let me just get rid of that bot that's sitting in our chat real quick. I'm pretty sure I blocked this bot before. Or something with a similar naming convention. But where are they at? They're around here somewhere. Here they are. Into the Shadow Realm with you. Like, at some point I've been thinking, like, maybe I should just do a whole sweep of all the bots that exist. Though, recently, this was something interesting I heard from a colleague of mine at my work. When they were asking me, they're like, oh, I think one of them was asking about, like, what I was doing in regards, like, over the certain days and stuff like that. And I mentioned that I did streaming at some point. And he's like, oh, do you make money from it? And I was like, I guess you can make money from it. I just do it for fun. I haven't considered going to affiliate and earning money from it whatsoever yet. It's not high on my to-do list because, I mean, I only stream, what, 3 days? So I can't imagine making much money from 3 days worth of streaming, but I don't know. Problem is, if I go to affiliate, you guys have to see ads, and I would never want to put that on top of you guys. You know what I mean? Like, I don't like ads. Why would I want to enforce ads on people? Though I've been getting a couple of emails recently where they're like, hey, do you want to sponsor Raid Shadow Legends? And I'm like, no, I don't even play it. So, like, what do I even say about it? I'm like, yeah, the ad spam once you get affiliate is terrible. Yeah. Like, I can go to affiliate at this point, but I just had no need to go to affiliate. Worst part is the streamer barely gets anything from the ads. Yeah. Is that just a whole Hisuian Gudra? It certainly is. And it's also another website. Look at that. Look at that level ball pokeenvy.com. Truly legitimate. Yeah, I think it's like you can have like an ad before you start viewing the stream, and I'm just like, why? So yeah, don't worry, guys. I have no intention of going to affiliate. You get to watch the exclamation mark. Okay. Yeah, you can watch my streams ad free. Okay. That was weird. But it looks like everything's okay. It was just, must have been whoever I was just about to surprise trade with, like, disconnected or something? I'm not sure how this exactly works. I assume it's like, they put you in a waiting list and they just, as soon as a new person goes, they just quickly... There's another Nessa. This is the 14 one. We got that botted Goodra from a Nessa. And look at this. The shiny Alolan Vulpix. It kind of sucks because I do need these Pokemon, but like, there's no way I would ever take these Gen Mons. Plus, it's not like you can change their nickname, so you'd be stuck with a Mon with a website nickname. Also, the implications of that there was a Nessa and there's a Nessa 14 implies there's like 14 bots. Which is, you know, not great. Oh, anyways, now I remember what I was talking about earlier, when we were talking very briefly about affiliate and stuff like that. So, this colleague of mine was like, "Oh, so you don't make money on your streams and stuff like that?" And I was like, "Yeah, I don't want to put ads on my stream and stuff like that, and it's just sort of a hobby. Just I do it for fun, sort of thing. Not for like, I'm not doing it for money, essentially." I'm doing it so people can enjoy my streams. People can listen to me just go into like 5-minute rants about my favorite games. I don't know. And clearly you guys enjoy me rambling on sometimes. Plus it helps a little bit just with me trying to figure out how to talk and stuff like that. It's a lot easier for me to talk to a bunch of people who I can't see and just imagine like tiny little Tamagotchis on the screen. If only I can just work up the courage to actually draw in front of you guys. But I'll probably need to adjust the music. Because right now I have like only like maybe one massive track for songs. And it would be nice to figure out how to get like people to recommend songs. I wonder if this is going to be a bot. Visit link. Oh, would you look at that? Oh, it's an IO link this time. Oh, I don't like this. I need this Vivillon pattern as a shiny. This is so taunting, isn't it? Well, at least that one person who I've been shiny hunting from occasionally, I'm sure he'd like these Mons. I don't think he has any of them, so I'm sure he'll take them off my hands. Because he is doing a shiny dex as well, but he's not as picky. He doesn't mind gend Mons or anything like that. Or different languaged Mons. But, yeah, so when I was talking to this colleague about the whole thing, another one of my colleagues actually piped up and he was like, "Oh, you should just pay for viewers if you don't have enough views." Because that was something, another thing I mentioned was that I don't have, like, crazy amount of viewers at a time. Which is not something I don't mind or anything like that. It's just truthful. Like, I'm not like a streamer who's like raking in like hundreds of people watching me all at once live sort of thing. Because also, you know, time zones kind of suck. But apparently he was mentioning that there's some websites you can go to where you can just hire a bunch of Chinese viewers who, like, who you can pay a certain amount of money to watch your streams and just comment really generic stuff. And that's a thing, if you want to boost views. Like, they can send in, like, an army of 500, like, of these people just to watch your stuff, and I'm just like, that sounds incredibly unethical. Like, I don't want to just see a bunch of generic comments. I just want to talk to people, you know? Even if it's like 1 or 2 people, I'll take 1 or 2 people occasionally talking to me than 500 people saying generic bot-like comments, you know? Getting a lot of, was it Japanese trades as well? Which is kind of interesting, because obviously certain time zones will cause certain people to show up more. Like, right now I assume most of, like, Europe and US would be, like, getting close to sleeping, so you have less of them showing up. Also, managed to get both starters just now. I'll have to shiny hunt those 2 eventually too. But that will be in a while. This Pokemon's always so weird. I never understood its design. I'm like, is that a tongue? Or is that, like, teeth? So weird. I think Grafaiai didn't really need an Evo, to be honest. Like, Shroodle doesn't really scream... Like, I don't understand how this evolves into, like, Grafaiai. It's so bizarre. It feels like there's a missing link somewhere between the 2 of them. It is interesting, I think we're seeing a couple of Kitakami Pokemon, but they don't seem to be as common, I've noticed. I guess it's because not everybody has the DLC, but it is interesting that, like, I think we're still getting, yeah, a majority of Mons that can be found in Paldea. I have noticed one thing, though. I feel like, the starter Mons seem to have, thinned out a bit. That's something I've noticed, because I think when I was trading most of the Fennekin, I noticed getting a lot of, like, starter Pokemon, usually stuff that are from, like, the raids and stuff like that. Charmanders and, like, whatever the newest raid is, sort of thing. I have a feeling, I guess people are not Masuda methoding starters as much anymore, because, obviously, the Indigo Disc is coming out rather soon. So, I guess people won't be as interested in shiny hunting those Pokemon via eggs, and would rather just shiny hunt them when they come out. Like, I think there's only, like, very few Pokemon that I could really, egg Masuda method at this point now. Like, it's pretty much just the Paldean starters. The only ones that I am sort of required to shiny hunt. Obviously, Fiona is another one, but we just finished Fiona. And it's not like Fiona can evolve, so there's no point doing that. get a Manaphy or anything like that. Though I do wonder how I'm gonna even get my hands on a shiny Manaphy. Like, the only thought I can have is that someone has to have one and have cloned it, so it looks mostly legit. Because I don't think there's any, like, feasible way for me to do it. Like, at all. Because I didn't finish the original Rangers game. Because it was too hard for young me. And another worst bit is that, I believe when you trade from Rangers, the Manaphy egg, I think it's like you only get one for that save file. And you'd have to do some sort of convoluted trick to, like, get another egg if you want to, like, shiny hunt it with, like, multiple eggs. Like, I know there's some sort of trick to do it, because obviously people have done it before. Another bot. Once we get to the end of this box, I think I'll just, we'll go back to our sandwiches. I don't even think you can use any... Can you use these, website mons with Terra raids? Does that count as online? I wonder. Also, we need to look for another target. Because I think we were kind of unlucky with our hunt for Ekans. Heck, we got Arbok, which was, you know, in the weird ballpark of like, oh, I guess we needed it, but like, it wasn't what we were after initially. I was hoping to get Ekans first before Arbok, just in case. Because obviously, now that we have Arbok, Tissinball? Tissinball! Oh, this is so cute, that name, Tissinball. Getting interested in, like, the cutesy little names. Let's see. Fighting type is another good one that we could try and go for. In terms of, like, some mons, but... Because there's quite a few mons over in Kitakami that we don't have, which would be Timber, Mienfu. I don't have Mankey still. I have Primate and Annihilate as shinies, but I don't have Mankey. And then Jangma-O, obviously. Ooh, a Fire Breed. Tauros. I technically can breed for a shiny Fire Breed Tauros, but I think it'd be just faster if I just catch a Water Breed and ask someone in Scarlet if I can trade it. It'd be much faster that way. Oh, Chimchar. Is it an English Chimchar? Because I could use with a Chimchar in this game. Because, as you know, the egg you get from Jacques in the DLC is randomized. You can either get Turtwig, Piplup, or Chimchar. And as you know, in this file we got Turtwig. In our other file we got Piplup. I don't have Chimchar, so I will take the Chimchar. Though I'm kind of... Well, I shouldn't be too surprised that nobody's shiny hunting them, because, I mean, If you're going to shiny hunt for the Sinnoh starters, just go to Legends Arceus. The odds of getting the Pokemon there are so much higher. Heck, I've got the entire Turtwig line and an extra Turtwig from Legends Arceus. And I wasn't even trying to get them. Getting a... Seems like we're calming down on, like, the bots at the moment. Yeah, this... Mienfu's a really good shiny, to say the least. It'd be nice to get one. I do have a very soft spot for Mienfu. It's shiny. Regular Mienfu I'm okay with, but for some reason I just really like Mienfu's shiny. It just works really nicely. Plus, it'd be nice to get some more Gen 5 shinies. I'm actually really lacking in the Gen 5 department. I think on my living decks, I think it's either Gen 5 that I have the least amount of like actual mons from that are shiny. I don't think it even fills up half a box in terms of how many shinies I have for that game. Hey, look, it's promo 1. Because I think we got promo 2 earlier. Oh, interesting. It's a Meowscarada in an Ultra Ball. Because that's totally legit. Meowscarada, I think, is the most common shiny I've seen, like, being traded. I never see shiny Quaxly or shiny Skeledirge. It's always shiny Meowscarada. And I think it's just because everybody was using it back in competitive before. I think it's dropped off now. Like, everyone was using it in competitive, so I guess there was more hype around using Meowscarada. Yeah, it's kind of interesting because I think Skeledirge is now would be more useful at the moment. Like, I don't know. I haven't looked at competitive recently, so I can't tell you where the competitive scene is at. But I do know that a lot of people were using Meowscarada for a while, and now it's just dropped off. I think the reason it dropped off pretty hard was because Pokemon Home Access became a thing. And then it just got beaten out by a lot of mons that came over from home. We're almost there. I think at this current time we'll probably do one more sandwich and then we'll just hatch the rest of the eggs and call it a stream. Problem is that I was gonna do a little bit of training for the Daxbun when we were gonna do when we were doing the Hisuian Typhlosion event, but the fact I could only all I needed to do was press one button to beat it doesn't seem very entertaining, to say the very least. I mean, I'm grateful because that means I got it done in time. But yeah. it's not the most exciting gameplay. Then again, I could say this isn't really exciting either. Just me wonder trading and seeing what I get. Though we have gotten some interesting mons. We got some interesting named ones. We've got a lot of bots, unfortunately. Not as much as back then, though. I gotta say, I felt like I was getting a lot more back in the time. Yeah, a lot of these mons seem to be, we're currently getting a lot of mons that's either, A, caught randomly, or B, from, like, those, terror raids. Because you're guaranteed to catch those, so you could just stock up on a whole bunch of them and then just throw them out into Wonder Trade and see what you get. A part of me's, that's probably why I probably won't ever do a Wonder Trade. Like a Wonder Lock. It's kind of sad, like, because Wonder Locks existed because of the Wonder Trade back in the day, but now a lot of the mons are botted, so, like, you wouldn't really get anything terribly. You could end up, like, getting a botted mon. Though it could make the run more interesting, but the problem is that most botted mons are like level 100 and they just you probably end up with this horrible like situation of dealing with the mon not listening to you. And I think that's especially true now with Scarlet and Violet, how like even if it's your own Pokemon, it won't listen to you. Is that a shiny Skeledirge? It is definitely hacked. But yeah, this is my first shiny Skeledirge, I think, that I've seen. Oh, and it has no good in attack. But that kind of makes sense. Huh, clearly this person was trying to get rid of it because it doesn't have a held item. Could trade with people in stream for a run, I guess. That is true. I could do that, but I don't know if there would be enough people to do that. Because you need to do it at least one per route. And that's another thing too, is this game's definition of routes. Because, you know, this game doesn't have routes, it's more areas. Hey look, it's promo 5! Okay, so we've got 1, 2, and 5. Oh boy, it's another one. Oh boy, another one. Oh, did we legit get them back to back? We did. Oh, it has heavy duty boots. I don't mind those, at least. At least it's a more legit item than Master Ball. I don't know how many Master Balls I have at this point. I could show you guys how many Master Balls I have, and that will give you an idea how many bots I've encountered. Not all bots do have Master Balls, though. Some of them have ability patches, but, like, the amount of Master Balls I have is, like, an unprecedented amount. I wonder if this is a bot as well. Just a whole ass walking wake. It's not shiny, thankfully, but like feels kind of bad getting it because I know there are some people who want Walking Wake. They can't get it because Walking Wake is sort of like... Walking Wake and Iron Leaves haven't returned since we last saw them. Heck, they don't even have, like, Pokedex entries still. And we're getting, like, 2 other Paradox Mons in the Indigo Disc as well. So I wonder what's the plan there, because they have shown it's it's showing a Cobalion and a Raikou paradox. So does that mean we're going to get a Terrakion and an Entei one eventually, and they just haven't told us? Shiny female Heracross is a nice shiny. But... oh, it actually has a regular name. What the heck? So the guy who's trading it has, like, definitely a botted name, but the Heracross itself is just a Heracross. What the hell? It actually looks legit. What the heck? Is this like a legit shiny Heracross? It's level 90, but this actually might be as legit as we get. It's not hyper trained or anything like that, like... it looks almost legit, but I don't really need it, so... probably should have checked the username and seen if it's legit or not. I just looked at the stats. But it's so odd. It's just called Heracross. It's not even called a website or anything. The reverse Uno. Immediately followed by another bot. No! Stop showing me shiny Vivillon! I really want shiny Vivillons, but not these ones. I have like 3 patterned Vivillons at the moment. Let me check this Heracross one more time. Oh yeah, it's definitely hacked now that I look at it. The original the owner is literally a website. It looked almost legit for a second. They just forgot to name it, apparently. I have 3 patents of the Vivillon. I have... someone traded me the... is it the ocean one? I don't know what it is. The one with the sunset on it. With light blue bottom wings. I traded that for somebody who wanted an Alcremie. I have the meadow pattern that you... or like... no, the fancy pattern. That's what it's called. The one that you can find in this game, because I was trying to get to a different area and ended up running into a shiny one of those on a bug sandwich. And then I have a river patterned one, which was from my X and Y file from a friend's safari when I was... back when I was hunting for as many river Vivillon before they... you could get the other patterns in this game. Because they were quite high commodities back then. So I got, especially the river pattern, because it's only sort of situated in like 2 locations, including Australia. So I was able to get some decently rare Mons and rare Vivillon patterns, just having the river pattern one. And I was able to collect, I think I was able to collect like most of the Furfuro and most of the Vivillons, just using river Vivillon. Hey, it's Nessa 12 again. I wonder what they'll give me this time. I can get Arctic. Arctic's the pure white one, is it? Or is it that Polo? Anyways, a shiny Centiquil. I think this is the... I don't remember the names off the top of my head. Let me look them up. Blue with the white dots. Let me just quickly send this off. Okay, it's called Polo. Polo on this website. Because I don't see any Arctic one. It's called Polo. Polo. Like North Pole. Maybe, yeah, Arctic is that one. It's not a bad pattern. I do like that pattern as well. Yeah, Polo, lol. Vivillon is like such a great mon to me. But you guys already know that. If it has multiple forms, it goes higher on my list of mons that I like. Chimpet. Chimpep. Chimpep. Oh, I wonder if it's called Chimpep because it like uses the stick to like vitalize grass and stuff like that. It's a chimp. Yeah, I have the ocean, river, and fancy pattern as shinies. It is funny that the fancy pattern is like the default pattern you can find here in Paldea, when apparently the fancy pattern used to be like locked to just events, I believe. I do have the Pokeball Vivillon as well. Shiny. Is it a shiny? I think that's a shiny. Charmander is really hard to tell if it's shiny when it's in the trade screen. No, it's just a regular one. It's like this. The light makes it like look bright. The bright orange looks yellowy. But yeah, I do have the Pokeball pattern one. I think from X and Y. I have when they announced that the Pokeball pattern was going to be a thing. I think when I was a kid, I was like, even before like I knew I was going to do a living dex or anything like that, I was like, I need that pattern. And it's a bit of a shame that we haven't seen it since. It's still locked to like X and Y. Game Freak really needs to bring back some events. That's what they really need to do. For all those people who weren't able to get certain things. Though, one thing I kind of want them to do is, I don't think they've 100% like shown off all the Pokemon that are coming back in the Indigo Disc. I wonder if Furfrou will ever come back soon. Because currently Furfrou is like one of the highest tradable mons at the moment. Because you can't trade it via X and Y with certain haircuts. All the haircuts have to be done in Pokemon Go. And like 3 of them are in the most obnoxious locations. They're like, oh, do you want a pharaoh trim? Yeah, just go to Egypt. And I'm like, how am I supposed to go to Egypt? Thank you very much. Like, what? So having those, like, people will trade shinies and legendaries for like the Furfrous, but also at the same time, a lot of the GTS is clogged with Furfrous. And you're just like, ugh. Kind of wish Furfrou was no longer a thing. Don't get me started for people who are like looking for shiny Furfrous, because a regular shiny Furfrou is a nice design. But like, if you want to get one, it had to be from Go, which makes it even legit, because anything from Go is pretty as legit as you can get. It's very hard to hack Pokemon Go Pokemon. Not only getting a pattern and then getting a shiny of that pattern, crazy amounts of like people would like want those type of patterns for their living decks. I don't even know if I'm even going to attempt that, to be honest. I'd be just happy to get like a shiny Furfrou and call it a day. Like, at least with Vivillon, I could theoretically get every single pattern using Pokemon Go, because you can use the whatchamacallit. You can use the postcard system to get the different patterns. And I believe also that works for like if you're trying to get Swaddle and not Swaddle, Scatterbug and Spupa. I believe if you evolve those two during the time limit, they also change into that form. So like, at least they're doable now to catch, without having to be on like different sides of the world. It's a fast ball. Oh. Well, I guess he evolved. Neat. Alright, and this will be the last one, and then we'll do another sandwich. Yeah. I was like, that one looked a bit different. Yeah, it's a shiny. Alrighty. So if that gives you any idea of how the botting system works at the moment, yeah. I will put you here. Let me just grab all the items off these guys. Like, look at all the items on these botted mons. Ability patches, focus sash, master balls. At least it seems like there's less master balls this time around. Oh, never mind. Like the only genuine one that had like like an item was literally this guy called Hyper Potion who's holding a Hyper Potion. It'd feel wrong to take the Hyper Potion off him, right? Alrighty, let's see how many Master Balls I have at this point in time. 22! I have 22 Master Balls, and you only get one in this game. I have 21 extra Master Balls. It's ridiculous. That's how many Master Balls I've picked up from just bots giving me stuff. And I don't even like using the Master Balls or anything like that either. Like, I would prefer to get the Master Balls in, like, something like, what, Sword and Shield. Where there's a chance I could lose the Mons, but, like... Unless I run into something really, really dangerous, like that could take itself out during shiny hunting, I have no reason to use those Master Balls. But yeah, it's so absurd. That's how many botted Mons I've gotten. And this is only including botted Mons that I've gotten that have Master Balls. You've seen how many of those botted Mons we got that didn't have Master Balls. It's just crazy. Alright. Let's see where we can go and get Mienfu. I think it's like somewhere over here. Let me double check. Because this person didn't tell me, like, show me exactly where it is. I think it's down here. Alright, let's hope there's no lag over here in Kitakami. Like it was just a moment ago. Because I don't know what happened in the previous... when the game was opened earlier. Alright, let's just save here real quick. Alright, let's head over to our destination, which is thankfully not too far away, I don't think. We just take the path. It is nighttime, so I'm a little worried. Because I feel like, I don't know why, but I feel like in this, in Kitakami, there's a lot of, like, night and day exclusive mons, I've noticed. Like, Volbeat and Illumise are, like, night only, and even if you get them in a swarm, they vanish, like, instantly. If it, changes daytime. Whoop. Really ran into that charger bug. So apparently it's over here. Yeah, I can see a single Mienfu, so that means they at least can spawn here. Not today, Rockruff. Saw a Rockruff like tear down the path at me. It's funny how Rockruff is considered, I guess, aggressive. Alright. What do I need to put on the sandwich? Okay. Oh boy, this is gonna be a delicious sandwich. Everybody loves a pickle sandwich. Oh boy, oh boy. With 3 pickles. Unfortunately, I'm the opposite of that. I'm the person who would tend to take the pickles out of a burger. Though it's weird. There are some days where I'm like, you know what, I can eat the pickle in the burger, no problem. Some days I'm like, nah, I don't want that. Get that out of my burger. Such a divisive little thing, isn't it? There's technically in a lot of like burgers and stuff like that, like a classic cheeseburger over in like Macca's or something like that has it in there. I used to remember taking that stuff out as soon as I could as a kid. Right. Mienfu, show up. There we go. At least they're really easy to see. Oh wow, they're actually spawning quite a lot. And I guess in this area they seem to be isolated. Just Mienfus. That is good. We like to see that. But yeah, Mienfu as an Evo is weird because they evolve so late. So I've never had any particular liking to them. Wow, there's so many of them. Oh my goodness. And Mienshao, I do like its design. But unfortunately, if you play Black and White, when these guys did show up, they show up so late into the game that you kind of you've already have an established team. That's why I always feel bad for late route mons, because sometimes you just don't see them until very end of the game. And considering how hard it is to evolve these guys, even when you do find them late in the game, I think these guys are evolve at some absurd level, in the 50s or something like that. And you find them in the 40s. So you're using a mon that's unevolved. At in the zone where a lot of Pokemon have evolved in some way. So you tend not to use it because of that. It's just not worth the risk. Especially if you do it in a Nuzlocke or something like that. In a Nuzlocke, they're pretty much useless, unfortunately. And I will admit, I did try to use one in a Nuzlocke. Because I think it wasn't a Black and White Nuzlocke. What happened was, I had only 5 viable mons at the time. Because I'd just lost a team member. I don't remember which one it was at the time. But I had only 5 mons, and I was like, okay, I have to go fight Getsis at some point. Because I obviously have played through the games before, I know. And I know he has this terrifying Bouffalant that's fast, and could easily, wreck my team. Which, most of my team was of slower mons at that point. So I was like, okay, I need to have a Pokemon that's fast enough to deal with a Bouffalant, and just take it out as soon as possible. And I had a Mienfu in my box, and I was like, well, if I evolve this into Mienshao, it's fast. It will outrun a Bouffalant easily. Bouffalant is fast, but it's not crazy fast, you know? So, what happened when I got to the Getsis fight? I used High Jump Kick, and it missed. This Mienshao, which I'd spent almost an hour training, careened into the wall behind the Bouffalant. The Bouffalant just turned around and just head smashed it to death. In one turn. And that is why I have mixed feelings with Mienshao. We did get rid of the Bouffalant eventually. And you won't believe who was the star of the show who actually saved the run against Getsis. It was Unfezant of all Pokemon. You know, the female Unpheasant, which nobody cares about. I'd taught it Feather Dance way, way back at the beginning of the run. So I used Feather Dance until the opponent's Pokemon was basically had no attack. And I wasn't doing a hardcore Nuzlocke, I usually use items. So I just used Feather Dance until they couldn't do any damage to the Unpheasant, and I just healed the rest of my team. But I've never felt like the instant of a high and a low in like one turn. Like that, I saved that Mienshao throughout the entire Elite Four, knowing that it was going to be used against Ghetsis, and it died in one turn, didn't accomplish anything. And I was just like, okay. I don't know what to do. Like, and I know I'm not going to be the one to like pretend that high jump kick is like completely foolproof. I'm pretty sure high jump kick has only like 90 accuracy or something like that. It's not 100% accuracy. But it was the only thing that Mienshao had that could probably OHKO the Buffalant. And I really needed it to OHKO that Buffalant. It just didn't pull through. The rest of the team seemed to pull through a lot better than that one Mienshao. So yeah, whenever I see Mienfu and Mienshao, there's a small part of me that's just like, ugh. Like, I don't mind the Pokemon, but like that incident in the Nuzlocke definitely has soured them for me. Even though I do like their shinies and stuff, especially Mienfu's shiny, that's a good shiny. But yeah, you just don't recover from that, you know. The Ghetsis fight is so scary for like a more casual Nuzlocker. Like, even though you do get healed, his team is absurd. Like, that Hydreigon can like rip through your entire team. And honestly, it nearly did. When I saw it, you feel fear when you see that Hydreigon. This is before like the time of fairies and stuff like that. And all I had like at the time that could possibly go against that Hydreigon with the team I had, because I did lose quite a few mons during my black and white run, was my starter. And you don't ever want to lose the starter. It's like the most painful loss. All I had was the starter, and I taught it X-Scissor, and that was all I had. There was no way I was putting a bug type against that Hydreigon, like, at all. And I swear to God, turns out Hydreigon's pretty fast, I found out. But I think I used a priority move first, and then I attempted to like finish it off with X-Scissor. But turned out that, yeah, I was actually slower. But my starter thankfully lived on like 3 HP and was able to take out the Hydreigon. Did a much better job than that Mienshao, I can say. Just live and die by the rules of the Nuzlocke. Yeah, that was a very, very long time ago when I did that black and white run. If I'm correct in my thinking back, I believe the black and white run I did was my 3rd ever run of a Nuzlocke. I believe I did Pokemon Ruby, and then I did a Heart Gold Dice Lock at some point, and I did I think I did the black and white run afterwards, or before the Dice Lock. I can't remember which order I did it in, but yeah. The black and white Nuzlocke I did was quite early on in my Nuzlocking days. I'm not going to say I'm an expert or anything like that, but I have at least a little bit more experience nowadays. Probably because I've been watching other people do Nuzlocks, especially what's his name, Pokemon Challenges, where he's kind of boasted about him being the best Nuzlocker. And he's also done like those really hardcore, like super hard ROM hacks of Pokemon games. So you get an idea of like what to do. I don't know if I've done an actual hard lock, like a hardcore lock. I usually like to use items with my runs. Maybe one day I should try and do that. Interesting. There's also Mankey starting to spawn now. Now that's daytime. Riolu too. Okay, so Mienfu is like a nighttime only spawn. Yeah, they've all dried up. All the Mienfu are like not spawning in as much. It's all monkey. Yeah, Kitakami is a bit like mixed bag when it comes to the daytime and nighttime spawns. Like, I don't mind that Mankey are spawning, I will say, because I do need a Mankey. But kind of was hoping that we'd just stick with Mienfu. And there's like the one Riolu that shows up very, very rarely. Which I definitely don't need, so the less he shows up, the better. There's single Riolu behind me. Yeah, only like... Problem is like... There's no clock in this game. Really. Just look at the sun and see where it is in the sky. Or just look at your Pokedex or area map and it gives you an idea of what time of state you're in. It doesn't tell you like how much time you have. Kind of wish there was an actual proper clock. Oh, there it is! Just... Hello there, dude. Like, this is a nice shiny. Look at him. He's very cute. Like, the blue and the purpley blue and the whites just look so nice. I believe this does have high jump kick though, so we kind of have to be careful. So, put him to sleep instantly. Anyways, nice, we got him. It's just a good shiny. Yeah, high jump kick. What's its accuracy real quick? Yeah, 90 accuracy. That Mienshao had like a 1 in 10 chance of missing. And it did. Oh! Oh, look at this! This is a new mark. I haven't gotten this one before. The absent-minded mark. Mienfu the Spacey. It's been a while since I've gotten a marked shiny. I'll probably stay here and see if I can get another Mienfu. Because if I get another one, I can evolve it into Mienshao. Plus Mankey is still spawning here, so I'll take that. I do need to start looking for timber at some point, but we can do that later. What time do we have on the sandwich? We've got plenty of time. Yeah, it's a really nice shiny. Also, the best part about that mark is it literally just makes sense with the story I just told you guys. Oh, yeah, I had a Mienshao that totally missed a 1 in 10 chance, sort of thing. And then we end up catching a Mienfu that, that's absent-minded. You definitely don't want an absent-minded Mon to be a high jump kicker. Yeah, very easy to see shiny. Stands out like a sore thumb in all the reds and yellows and whites of the Mankey and other Mienfu. Because I don't think... Yeah, Timber... Jangma-O is another shiny we could possibly take a quick squiz at. I believe they just show up in over here somewhere. I think Timber can also show up here. So that would get us 2 mons at once. Yeah, you can see here all the Timber starting to pop up. There's a lot of them here. I believe Timber is like a brighter pinky color. It's not too big of a... not a drastic change. I think I need to go... Is it over here somewhere? There's so many Timber all of a sudden. I'd say this area is pretty good for shiny hunting just because of the sheer amount of, like, mons that show up. Let me save the game. I haven't saved. I want to keep this Mienfu, right? It's a shame I don't remember what the name of that Mien Xiao was that I picked up in black and white because, like, it's been years. Because if that was the case, I would definitely evolve him and name him after that particular Mien Xiao. The legacy of the absent-minded Mien Xiao. Oh, there's like a single Jengmo. Yeah, I think if you want a Jengmo, we need to use a Dragon Sandwich. Clearly, it's the rare spawn. Just a bunch of dudes with logs. It's impressive they all found the same log, gotta say. Like, did they just rob a hardware store? Like, why do they all have the same logs? Let me double check and check it's shiny, so I can be absolutely sure. Yeah, it's like it goes a yellow color, like a slight yellow tinge. It's not the greatest shiny, but it's one I don't have. I think there was actually a Pokemon Go event recently with Timber, so it's not high on people's list of mons they want. Essentially, if anything has an event over in Pokemon Go, you can tell their value drops in, like, what's worth trading sort of thing. And the problem is that I only play Pokemon Go every so often. I don't play it religiously. It's more of a, oh, I guess I could play a little bit of it right now sort of thing. And the problem is that it also usually when it's a community day for Pokemon, it usually like is on the same day I'm doing like for Pikmin's community day. So I'm usually not paying attention to Pokemon Go during those times. I think the most recent one I did was the Grubbin one. I could trade over some of those mons, to be honest. Because I did get one Grubbin over here in Pokemon Violet. And I evolved it to Vikavolt, so I still need like 2 more, I think. sandwich at? 10 minutes left. Well, I found the shiny, so the sandwich is just going to go through. It would be nice to get one more, but I'm not gonna sweat it if we don't find it. I got the Mienfu, which I'm happy about because I do like its shiny quite a lot. So that's good enough for me. Yeah, I'm gonna have to remember to use a dragon sandwich for Jengmao when I do hunt it. There's nothing here but timber. Luckily, I only need 2 timber, or and such, because I actually have a random shiny girder from X and Y as well. It's actually from Y, I believe. I was doing a Nuzlocke in Pokemon Y, because I think it was back when I was like trying to do a Nuzlocke in every single gen, and yeah, I was grinding in Victory Road to level up before I did the champion, and I just ran into a shiny girder, and I was like, oh, okay, I'll take it. I think I was training up a Magnezone or something like that. I was in a similar situation where I didn't have anything to counter Diantha's fairy types, I believe. So I just went back, found a Magnemite I had, and just trained it up until it evolved. I did have to sacrifice, I think, my Meowstic. I did have a Meowstic. It didn't die or anything like that, but like I had 2 psychic types, and I was like, yeah, I've got to like put either my starter away, which was a fire psychic type, or this Meowstic away, which was just a pure psychic type. And I chose the latter because I think female and male Meowstic have different stats, but I can't remember. I think the Meowstic I had was male, so I think it's more support orientated. But yeah, that's what I at least remember, I believe. Can't be entirely sure, don't remember. Long time ago. It has been a while since I've done any sort of Nuzlocking. I think I attempted to do a Nuzlocke of this game, but then I just kind of grew... I did it on my own spare time, but I kind of just went meh. Because I didn't really know the game too well. And I don't know. There's a lot of things that make it a lot more difficult to Nuzlocke. And I think I wiped a lot early game. Simply because of Nemona. Like, that fight that you do with Nemona at the beginning of the game, because you've technically got Pokeballs, you have to start the Nuzlocke. And I lost to Nemona multiple times until the Nuzlocke random, because obviously this is area-based, so and you can see the Pokemon, so I had to use a randomizer thing to choose them on. I had to wait until it was like Paldean and Wooper so I could just get past that Nemona fight. Hello there, Void. We're just doing some shiny sandwiches. We just about to finish this sandwich in about 7 minutes, and I plan to just hatch the rest of the Quaxly eggs that I have. We did some wonder trading a little bit earlier and got to witness all the botted mons that are on the thing. We got some interesting ones. Very nice. Yeah, we got some interesting wonder trades. We got a Miss Magius called Hyper Potion, which was holding a Hyper Potion. We got a Golem called Ball of Rocks, which was pretty cute. A Deerling that was just called Exclamation Mark. I think those are the only 3 like really interesting normal wonder trades, and then we got so many bots. We got 2 botted Skeledurges back to back. Oh yes, there was one interesting thing that happened. we traded somebody our Quaxly, and then immediately the next trade, we got the Quaxly back. I have 2 boxes full of stuff to trade. Yeah, I'm gonna have a lot of boxes to trade after stream as well. I think I have like 2 more boxes or 2.5 boxes as well, of just eggs. And I at least can trade them because obviously when we were doing the Fiona egg hatching, we can't trade any of those mons because they're mythicals. You can only trade them via friend trade, I believe, because they're mythicals. So I had to just go to home and just delete them because I had like several boxes of them. But we finished the Fiona trade, the Fiona egg hunt. We got the shiny Fiona in 229 eggs, which is under odds. And if you guys are interested in checking it out, it will be in the clips, where I think it was in the Halloween one where we caught quite a lot of shinies on that stream, to say the least. This stream, not so lucky. We barely got the Arbok a bit earlier on a poison sandwich in the very last minute, but we did also get a marked Mienfu just a moment ago. We're just using up the rest of the sandwich to see if we can find another fighting type in a Timber, but it's not looking too good. A lot of shinies though, little shiny like items and stuff. I feel like if you needed to like get the treasure hunter mark, just take your Pokemon over here to Kitakami. I'm pretty sure like one of the mons we were using during our adventure ended up getting the treasure hunter mark, just by like us just picking up stuff. So glad that that mark finally like works. Plus, it's a really good mark if you do get it on a shiny Pokemon. Oh, there goes Nightbot and me. Thanks, thanks, AJ. AJ, you just sent me to the Shadow Realm. What am I gonna do? Oh, here I go. There I am. I made it back. Haha. Go towards the light. If I punch the darkness hard enough, I'll be able to get out. Oh. Ah, yay! Thunderstorm! My favorite. Definitely doesn't make it hard to see the mons. This is like better than the sandstorm. Oh, there's a girder. I think that's the first girder we've seen. I do like how this little sitting animation has it where they just put the block of wood behind them. It's quite cute, to say the least. Though I kind of wish that the shinies had that the wood, or like the weapon, we'll say, that they carry changes color. It's kind of funny. Timber and the Tinkertink line basically have the opposite problems. So like Tinkertink, only the weapons change in its evolutionary line as a shiny, whilst Timber is the opposite, where the body changes but the wood piece doesn't. I kind of wish like the wood did change. Like, wouldn't it be cool if you found a Timber that had like a dark oak log, or like an acacia log? And then you could just do the same for its evos. The girder finds a different colored like plank of iron, and then the concrete could be like a darker grey black color. Like, I think that would make him look nicer, you know? But apparently Pokemon are never keen on changing shinies. I mean, heck, the last shiny Pokemon they changed its design was like, what? Combuskin in Sword and Shield, and that's like the last one we know of. We haven't had any major changes in shiny appearances since. Which is a shame. Because there's a lot of Mons in this game that could really use a shiny touch-up, especially now in this day and age. Just some shinies just don't cut it anymore. They turn Lotad brown. Yeah, I think his red body isn't as vibrant anymore. It's not brown per se, but yeah, it's not as bright colored. I think we were just talking about Arbok a little bit earlier because I just caught one. And I was noting how the blue on its belly, well, its face mark, it's not... I don't remember it being that dark blue. I thought it was a much more vibrant blue. So yeah, it's weird. Like, some of the decisions they make are just like, I feel like shinies should be vibrant in their colors. So that they're easy to see. At least with Lotad, the leaf also changes colors, so you can at least tell. But yeah, he's not as vibrant red as he used to be. Alright, it's the sandwich done. All the nose passes are coming back, as you can see. I love how the nose passes animation is just literally just them standing there, looking north. Like, you can see that they are legit looking north. See? You can look on the compass, they are facing north. It's such a nice design quirk, honestly. Anyways, let's put our Mienfoo away, and we'll hatch some eggs. Still got a couple of boxes to go. But yeah, Void, as you can see here, this is the shiny Arbok we caught earlier, and I was mentioning how I thought the blue patterns on its belly were a lot more vibrant blue in the old games. But yeah, we have this shiny Mienfoo, which is a really good shiny. I kind of wish that Mienfoo... It's kind of weird. I feel like I'd prefer shiny Mienfoo over regular Mienfoo. But you did miss out my 10-minute ramble on about the story of the Mienshao that failed me in a Nuzlocke. Where it had one job and it failed that job miserably. Anyways, I'm gonna quickly grab myself a... did you know Arbok had facial variants? I do know that. It was, I'm trying to remember. It was, in... I think, is it in the GBA games? Where, some of the Arboks had, like, a different facial pattern, like, altogether. I kind of wish that they kept that sort of thing. Could you imagine... Arbok would suddenly become a lot more harder to capture and shiny hunt, I realized. Can you imagine, like, if you caught an Arbok back from, like, Fire Red, Leaf Green, it still had the same pattern on its face? As opposed to, like, let's say, one of them in Kitakami? Not sure, but I'm pretty sure they kept it till the 3DS games. Okay. Like, wouldn't that be, like, a really cool gimmick if, like, Arboks caught from older games still had the old facial patterns? 'Cause I'm pretty sure, like, in one of its Pokedex entries, it mentions, like, the facial pattern changed depending on the region or something like that. Anyways, I'm going to quickly go grab something. I'll be back in like a minute or so, and then we'll just hatch these eggs. That Gen 2 was hella creepy. I'll have to take a look at that when we were hatching eggs. Just give me a moment. Okay, I am back. Had to also put some eye drops in because my eyes were feeling a little bit dry. Yeah, I'm gonna look at this Arbok thing real quick while I make a egg sandwich. I should also double check I have enough ingredients. I've been kind of not picking up any new ingredients recently. Interestingly enough, it seems that in one of the anime episodes, they showed off a bunch of Arbok with very different patterns, like some crazy looking patterns on their stomach. Stomach? No. What's it called? What is that part of the snake called? A hood? I don't know what it's called. Let me take a look. Come on, scroll down, scroll down. Okay, here we go. Oh yeah, Hoenn also had some really crazy looking sprites. Yeah, Hoenn and Gen 2 have the exact same sprite. Interestingly enough, the original Arbok actually had a pattern on the back of its hood, like it had like stripes on its back, which is interesting too. Yeah, and then yeah. Interestingly enough, Fire Red and Leaf Green has the same pattern as it did in the first game, but like Emerald and Ruby has its own pattern. Heart Gold also has the same pattern by the looks of it. And then they pretty much kept it similar. Yeah, the 3DS one looks slightly different compared to like, yeah, Gen 5 had the same as the original one as well. So yeah, it's really just Hoenn and Gen 2 had this really menacing pattern. Like, I kind of wish they kept it, you know? That would have been cool for Arbok to have like multiple different patterns. But yeah, it looks like once it became the 3D version, it had the slight changes at the top part of the sprite, I think. Yeah, it looks like they kept it the same after that pretty much. So I would say, yeah, Gen 2 and Gen 3 had the strangest looking sprite. Such a missed opportunity though, you know? They should have kept them. It'd have made those ones even rarer to get, you know? I just casually get an Arbok with a unique pattern on its belly. But this is just me who likes Pokemon to have multiple forms talking. And it seems the Pokemon manga also had different forms as well, but theirs was a little bit different. It seems like, just looking very briefly on the the Bulbapedia, apparently there was a particular Arbok or like that could have different patterns on its belly, which like increased its attack or increased its speed. Which is kind of nuts, like that it had an Arbok that actually had actual pattern changes. Kind of wish we had something like that. Could you imagine an Arbok like that had different patterns and that would affect its performance? It would make it a little bit more interesting. I mean, unfortunately, in terms of gameplay, Arbok's kind of meh. I'm pretty sure like a good portion of people only really care about Arbok is because of the anime. That's kind of what the anime does, is that it takes some Pokemon and make them more interesting. Give them personality. Something that the games sometimes can't do. I'm pretty sure those two dudes have been walking in a circle, like, forever. Yeah. It is interesting, just like... There's not many Pokemon that go through, like, really drastic changes like that. And it's a pretty obvious change, like, between just Gen 2 and 3, just having this obviously different pattern and such. Heck, even the original one had, like, those stripes on its back. That's kind of crazy. An Arbok with stripes on its back. I think that, yeah, the shiny stays pretty much consistent. It's actually a bit sad, though. It seems to have lost a bit of its luster. In, like, I would say black and white, it seems to be the most vibrant color. Arbok's mouth is also blue as well. They got rid of that, actually. I was just looking here at this Arbok thing. If you look at, Arbok's home sprite, Arbok no longer has a blue tongue or blue mouth. That's a downgrade. What the heck? Oh no, they got rid of it in black and white too. That's how early they got rid of it. Black and white has the blue mouth, and then immediately black and white 2 doesn't. What the heck? Why? Why would you get rid of the blue tongue? The blue tongue looks cool. That's a ripoff. Yeah, it's gone in the middle of a gen too, which is funny. Like gen black and white and then black and white 2 is not even a gen. Charizard's shiny used to be blue. Yeah, I believe it used to be a purpley blue color. Though I gotta say, I do like the black Charizard. I prefer it over the purpley Charizard. Because Game Freak. But yeah, it's a bit of a downgrade getting rid of the blue tongue. But yeah, it's kind of weird that they would do such a small, insignificant change like that between a single middle of a gen. And it's not like Arbok was that big. I don't think even Arbok was available in this game. Game Freak is a downgrade. I'm being sarcastic. Unfortunately, it does feel like it nowadays, to be honest, with how they're performing in the games department. Like, you look over at Nintendo and you got things like Tears of the Kingdom, Mario Wonder, Kirby in the Forgotten Land, stuff like that. Like, these big games. Well, Kirby's more HAL, I think? But, like, and then you got the Pokemon Company, which has released, like, Legends Arceus, which some people were a little bit worried that it was, like, a bit... Sure, the game's really fun and stuff, but there are some visual elements that could be fixed. Then they released Scarlet and Violet, which has a lot of, like, mechanical bugs. And then they've released Detective Pikachu, which was on hiatus for, like, 5 years, and as much as I like Detective Pikachu, like, the game feels a little soulless. Like, not really even a little, just really soulless. Which is really sad. Yeah, I've learned how to appreciate new stuff, but the bad outweighs the goods. Yeah. Like, I do love Scarlet and Violet in terms of, like, its textures for Pokemon, its story, its music, but, like, its environments? No. The glitches and lagging? Absolutely not. In fact, we had, like, a whole session where people were, like, losing save data. Like, that's wild. But I've been recently playing Detective Pikachu Returns because I pre-ordered it years ago. And it was only when someone noticed and, like, told me, like, in a comment of someone else's video where they were mentioning how the game feels boring and the backgrounds just seem so empty, that I started realizing how empty it was. And I was like, oh yeah, a lot of the environments are kind of empty. But I think the worst egregious thing is that some of the NPCs, like, portraits are so bland and so, like, no soul to them. Like, the main characters have at least portraits that have emotions and stuff like that, but, like, some of the, like, actual NPCs that are wandering around, like, one of the characters is, like, a quizmaster. She has this, like, no soul. Her staring is terrifying. Like, I remember seeing the icon for her character. I was like, what the heck? I was like, why is that so... void of life. What the heck is this? When I finish Violet and the next DLC that's coming out, I'm dropping it and going back to the 3DS games. Oh yeah. Which game would you go for first? Do you have all the games in the 3DS? Can I be biased and suggest that you play Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire? I should go back and shiny hunt in those games, honestly. I have been collecting a bunch of friend safaris in X and Y from random people. I've only need like a couple more before I have every single Pokemon you could possibly get in this friend safari. And then I'm going to attempt to shiny hunt them in my X and Y files. Because there are a couple Pokemon that you can't get, I think, in this game. Or that you could probably get them in Sword and Shield, but it'd probably be more interesting to get them in the Friends Safari. Remember chain fishing? That was a thing too. I have so many shinies from chain fishing. I used to enjoy chain fishing, actually. There was like a little bit of element of skill to it. Where you're like, oh, I've got to make sure that I get this one, like, Pokemon. And to get it, I'm going to have to, like, press the A button. Now I'm doing another Emerald run. I'm going to juggle Emerald, X, and one of the Ultra games. I need to go back to Moon and finish the post-game though first. Ah, yeah. That's another thing, is that, like, if you want to get, like, a legit shiny, what is it, type Null and Savali, you have to, like, shiny hunt them in those games, and with Bank closing down soon, we have to kind of get that done soon. They haven't said when Bank is going to close, but they've been saying early, well, they've been saying 2024, and that's terrifying to think that, like, everything from, like, below, like, in the 3DS era and below is just going to be just shut off, which is, in my opinion, not the best idea. Because there's no, we don't have, if there was a way to, like, continue playing these old games and have them connected, like, say they moved all these games onto the Switch or something, or into a virtual console, that would be fine. But they haven't released any virtual console things. Heck, you can't get any of the virtual console things on the 3DS anymore because they've shut down the 3DS store. So, like, what are you supposed to do? Basically, once Bank shuts down, you lose access to things like Deoxys from the Auras series. You lose Poipole from the Ultra series. But you can get them as, you can get them in Sword and Shield, but they're shiny locked in those games, so you miss out on shiny Poipole. You miss out on shiny type Null and Savali, which you can get in the Sun and Moon games. Stuff like that, pretty much. You miss out, like, I think you can shiny hunt the Celebi from the Virtual Console as well, so you'd miss out on that. But yeah, they better hustle for the next game, because I'm quickly losing interest. A lot of my favorite mons are in the previous games. That is true, but we were talking about a little bit earlier about the whole issue of the next games. Like, I don't want it to be in the situation of, like, Scarlet and Violet, where they rushed it out straight after Legends Arceus. And you can see all the glaring bugs, and they were so overworked and stuff. I do want them to take their time, at least between this game and the next one. Pokehex. Yeah. That is true. Heck, I wish I could use that as a means, because I have 2 shiny Pokemon that are pretty much legit, but they're locked to an emulator file. I'd love to transfer one of them over. There was like a shiny Growlithe and a shiny Tauros, and I don't have shiny Tauros in the mainline games. I got them during my dice lock of Heart Gold. Heck, another thing that would close due to Pokemon Bank shutting down would be any Pokemon you get from the Cute Charm glitch that you can get on the Gen 4 games. Like a lot of shiny Pokemon I got. I can help my friend knows how to transfer them through a series of games. I'll look into it and let you know. No worries, Void. I'll have to find the file again as well. That's the first thing. I have to make sure I still have that file somewhere on my computer. But I have a shiny Cute Charm glitched Platinum that I spent 3 days trying to get it to work, and now it does. I've been catching a lot of shiny mons on that game to trade with other people. Basically, yeah, once Bank closes, that file will be sort of just locked. None of those mons can go up anymore. So I'm kind of hoping that they eventually find some way of having the old games on a virtual console that can trade up to back to home. So that all those Pokemon aren't totally locked to those systems. Problem is the virtual console, I think the is it like the GBA is like the earliest we have at this point? Yeah, but no worries. Because I'm pretty sure like we haven't had any games added to the virtual console besides the GBA, I think, and I think the N64 is a mainline console instead of a handheld that are now in the virtual consoles. Like, I'm gonna say this because it's gonna sound weird, but like, at what point do DS games become virtual console worthy? Like, are they old enough, DS games retro enough to be put on virtual consoles? Because heck, there's a lot of really good DS games out there, so why not bring them up? Plus, like, there's a lot of, like, Pokemon games that were on the DS as well. Just wish they would speed up on the virtual console releases, because it's been a while since we've had another lot of virtual console games come out. There's not enough virtual console games right now to entice me to buy the virtual console yet. I have been thinking about streaming some of the virtual console games that we have available, but I haven't decided like 100% yet. They'd probably need to do a lot of rework because the touchscreen stuff with the DS games. That is true. Heck, some games you'd be unplayable. But I believe they had DS games on the Wii U, wasn't it? But the Wii U had a touchscreen, didn't it? I don't know if the Switch has a touchscreen. It's always the thing that bugs me. Is the Switch a touchscreen or not? Because in some games it doesn't work, but some games it does. So I'm just like, what are you? Are you a touchscreen? Like, answer the question. Are you a touchscreen Switch? I mean, could you possibly use the motion sensor in the Joy-Cons? Though some games like Rangers would probably cause your Joy-Con to drift forever to the right. Wiggling it around and around. Probably be impossible to play those games. Giving us two screens side by side would probably work, even if it'd be kind of an eyesore. That is true. Was it Decime? As it where there's two screens are on top of each other? You probably don't know that. Seeing it during stream, because in stream what I do is I make one screen really small and one screen sort of big. A Switch with two screens is rumored. Interesting. I don't know how to feel about that. I mean, it would definitely open up the door to have touchscreens. But it'd make me upset because I'd be like, well, you made the 3DS redundant. Unfortunately, it's just all rumors at the moment with the Switch 2. Until we see like hard evidence that it exists, I'm just gonna keep my expectations low. It's a flip phone, a tablet, and an iSock. Congrats, Nintendo. As long as they do the 2DS thing. It's not a Nintendo console unless it looks as weird as it does. Like, I mean, look at all the Nintendo consoles of the generations. We had TV with motion sensor stick. We had console that has 2 screens that you can open and close. We had Wii U with motion stick and motion tablet. And then we now have thin screen with 2 motion control sticks that are smaller. Like, it's not Nintendo unless the console looks just weird. I mean, heck, what is it? The GameCube had a handle on the back of it? Like they expected you to take your GameCube out and about? Yeah, and don't forget the sin that is the Virtual Boy. At least you may say bad things about all of Nintendo's weirdest creations, but at least they're memorable. Like, you look at one of their consoles and you're like, yep, I know exactly what that is. Heck, let's not forget the Nintendo 64 controller. 2DS might have been ugly, but it was ergonomic heaven. I remember so many memes about the 2DS looking like an axe head. Surprised they didn't put some of those games onto the 3DS, would have been perfect. Though I've seen some people just like, you can just get a homebrew DS and you get 3DS and just get all the games from the eShop. Because there's a lot of good games from the DS and the 3DS era. Heck, I think there's at least a decent amount of Dragon Quest games on the DS. What is it? Dragon Quest 8 was quite highly, had a very high rating. Heck, one of the heroes made it into Smash, so you can see it's quite popular. But yeah, I remember seeing somebody's homebrewed DS where they had like 50 games on it, and I'm like, how does your DS even have the storage capacity for all those? Oh, there's another thing that I just remembered. If when the bank goes down, any Pokemon that you can get with the demos are gone as well. So that would be Battle Bond Greninja disappears. And I think Steven's Metagross. You could get a shiny Metagross, I think it was. Or like a regular Metagross, I can't remember. But yeah, those are gone too. I was wondering why nothing was hatching for a while. I have to stop doing that, seriously. They're just running around. What a box of ducks. Still got one more box to go. I think the sandwich is getting close to finished. I don't think we probably won't eat another sandwich because I don't think it'll take me half an hour to hatch one more box. Yeah, I wonder what how they would do that. Like, if they would consider putting DS games onto the Switch or into a virtual console. Have they put GameCube games onto the Switch at the moment? I don't think they have they? That's probably what the next console would be if they do a virtual console. Because there's some decent... Technically, yes. Okay. Because I can think of a good handful of Super Mario Sunshine. Ah, right, part of the that 3D bundle was the 3 Mario bundle, wasn't it? It was like 64 Sunshine and Galaxy, was it? Yep. And that vanished, unfortunately. They had that limited time only. What nonsense was that? Like, That was just a strange decision to do. It was just feeding into FOMO, that one. Thankfully, we haven't had any games like that recently. I grabbed it before they pulled that. Yeah, I can imagine anyone who wanted those platformers would have wanted it. I've seen some people want a Zelda version of that. Get 3 Zelda games and bring them up. I just want to see Twilight Princess and Wind Waker HD both be taken off the Wii U and ported over to the Switch. I'd love to stream Twilight Princess. It's a game I've played quite frequently. It's like one of the few Zelda games that doesn't have stealth, so the big reason why I like it a little bit more. But I've always liked Twilight Princess. It's my dad's favorite Zelda game too, so... And both of them are stuck on the Wii U, so it kind of sucks on that part. I'd love them to bring it over because I could use the Wolflink amiibo as well. Give me a Mario Maker. Yeah, that's something interesting now that because Mario Maker 2 came out. Oh, when did it come out? It came out some time ago, but yeah, now that Mario Wonder is a thing, that would add so much extra stuff. Considering Mario Maker. Like, I've been watching a couple of like levels from like Mario Wonder because I'm not big on the Mario platformer games, but I can tell, like, I'm like, bro, those would be so good. Oh, and the stickers, they took them out of MM2. I was unhappy. They took out the amiibos as well. Where when you scan an amiibo and you get a pixel art costume for the old Mario things. I liked that. It was a cute little nod, you know? And they also brought... Mario Maker also brought to the world Long Mario. That's something they'll never let us forget. Yeah, Mario Maker's like Prince money. They honestly should go for another Mario Maker. Heck, if they don't really want to like make a whole new Mario game, but they probably will because that would give them money. Heck, a certain somebody in our chat right now would literally slam money into a table if they got Mario Maker 3. Like, there's some pretty good things. I think they added, what was it, 3D Land? No, 3D World, I think it is, right? The one with the Cat Mario? That was the most recent one, wasn't it? That they added to Mario Maker 2. Like, heck, people were, like, cheering for slopes being added to Mario Maker. So, you know, if they added stuff from, like, Mario Wonder, it'd be pretty interesting. Like, I've seen some pretty interesting enemies. They got, like, all new enemies, like, platforming. I don't know how they'd work with the talking flowers, because, gotta say, as much as some people don't like the talking flowers, you can't deny that they make up a big part of Mario Maker. Not Mario Maker, Mario Wonder. I think they're pretty charming. They give the levels a bit of life. Though some of them say some of the most absurd things. I gotta say, though, my personal favorite, one of those talking flowers, is, this one that pops out of the ground and he's like, ta-da! Did I surprise you? And then he gets pushed off a ledge. And then he comes up again and he goes, ta-da! The sequel. And I'm just like, that's such a stupid joke. Oh my god. But it's so good at the same time. I don't know how they fly, but they can. And Pokemon Maker. You know what they should bring? You know, Pokemon Coliseum or something like that. Imagine if we could play like the Pokemon Coliseum games or like Pokemon Battle Revolution. Like, just a battle simulator. That's what they need. If they could just get a battle simulator with every single Pokemon, all 1008 of them, like something like Showdown, but in a 3D model, it would look good. It would print money. But the problem is that, like, Game Freak can't even be bothered to do that, whilst Showdown would definitely do that. Perhaps it's better that they keep it that way. Showdown does deserve its merit. I do use it not to like battle, but I do use it when I attempt to make teams. So But yeah, hopefully they do start considering putting GameCube games on. I would love to. If they did do Virtual Console for GameCube games, I probably would get it because I missed out on the GameCube era. Like, I just missed out on everything that was on the GameCube. Melee, Luigi's Mansion, Wind Waker. I have played the HD version, so that's fine, I guess. Yeah, there was a lot of GB games that I missed. GB? No, GC. GameCube. Yeah. Heck, I missed out on Pokemon Colosseum and Pokemon Colosseum XD. I had to, like, play those on an emulator. Melee was pure magic, so much content from the N64 game, it was really good. Yeah, I missed out on that era. I played the N64 version and then just jumped straight to Brawl, apparently. I remember seeing ads for Melee and being so, like... It was like that iconic cover page, you know, the one where it's like Bowser, Link, Mario, and Pikachu on the front cover of the Melee thing, and it had like posters of that, and I used to be like, wow, that's amazing, what consoles is that on? And it was just on GameCube, and unfortunately, we weren't paying money for it, and my parents weren't interested in getting the GameCube at the time, so we just had to skip it. And then, when the Wii came out, I think when I got a chance, I immediately got Brawl. I think I had to beg my parents for that one. Because after some point, I think at least with the Wii games, my parents bought most of the Wii games that we had. I think with a few exceptions. But it was around the DS time, I think, when my mum bought a DS for us. She bought a couple of games, like a very small amount of games. It was like Nintendo's, Mario Kart, and I think it was like Pokemon Pearl and Platinum, and Diamond for my sister. That she realized that, oh, like, my children are old enough to, like, understand, you know, saving money and stuff like that. So she was like, okay, listen, if you are going to get your games, you're going to have to get it with your own money. And I was like, yep, understandable. And I think from that point on, I started, like, saving money I would get from birthdays just to buy games. So all the DS games I have were just because I bought them myself. Like, there was very few games that... I think a couple of games I got from friends, and then most of them were, like... That was the start of when I started buying my own games. All the 3DS games I have, bought by myself, and then Switch and stuff like that. I don't really remember much on the Wii U. I think it was like a 50-50. I bought some games, and then my dad bought some of them as well. Same, I buy all my own stuff, yeah. Because, I mean, I don't ever ask for people to buy games for me, because... Heck, I don't think they know what tastes I have. Or games are expensive, so I can't imagine asking someone to buy a whole game for me at times. My doggo has awoken. After his hard day eating his food and going to sleep. Such an old man. I just tell people not to get me anything, makes things easier. Yeah, for me, our family just gives money in place of, like, presents. Just like, hey, you can buy what you want with this money, sort of thing. That's how it works, sort of, in our family. And I think that was the same for, like, when I was buying Pokemon cards. I haven't bought any Pokemon cards recently, because I wanted to finish the old sets, like the galleries for those ones, and I haven't finished them yet, so I haven't touched anything from Scarlet and Violet's CG. As much as I... There are a couple of cards that I do want to get, but I don't really want to get the whole set for. Currently, what is it? The big one is like the 151, which is for just the original Pokedex sort of thing. That's currently the big hype one at the moment. There are some really nice cards from it, I won't deny, but it's also like currently super, like, popular at the moment. I know my sister's partner wants to do an unboxing, like card pack opening on his stream, but he said he was going to like send me a message when he was going to do that, but I haven't seen anything yet, so maybe he hasn't opened them yet and he's just like stockpiling them for like one big opening, which is understandable. There's still a lot of merch that it's been they've been putting out. But I do know that the Pokemon companies apparently figured out that I was collecting Plusle and Minun cards, because Minun is my favorite Pika clone, and I've been collecting every single old card from Plusle and Minun, and I think I've got all of them currently, except for maybe like one really niche Japanese card, which is like, they're not even the main focus, they're just on the side sort of thing. But it's kind of expensive because it was like pretty exclusive. But apparently they're releasing 2 full art cards for those 2, and I'm like, oh man, I have to go get them. But I'll probably buy them as singles. They're quite cute though. It's actually, I think it's pretty reminiscent to another card. Well, what they did was they had a Plusle and Minun card where it was the 2 cheering in like what seems to be a sports stadium, with one team winning and one team sort of losing. And they've done the same thing again for these 2 like art cards where the Plusle and its owner are like winning, whilst the Minun and their owner is like losing, watching a sports match. It's a very cute card. Oh, I can see Void has chosen one of the transparent colors for the thing. I made those transparent ones because I wanted to make them similar to what they're like in the little Tamagotchi screens. Unfortunately, it doesn't really work so well with the background of the Kirby stuff, where there's a lot of activity happening in the grass. He looks like the Void. Yeah. I believe it's called Maskachi or something like that. I used to get that Tamagotchi all the time when I was a kid because it's one of those bad care ones. And back when I was a kid, I didn't understand how to take care of Tamagotchis properly. So I used to get him all the time. So he has a bit of a soft spot in my heart, as silly as they look. Figured I'd spend my points now that I've racked up some. Yeah, I have to do something with those stream avatar points, really. I know some person has made some more sprites for like some of the newer Tamagotchis, like the colored ones. And I have been considering making sprite sheets for those. Because I think that would give a little bit more interesting stuff for people to use their points for. Because the Kirby ones are cute as well, but like, once you got like certain colors and certain hats and stuff like that, you kind of stick with them. But yeah, I'd like to update the Tamagotchi ones too at some point. Add more colors so people have more incentive to get them. I just kind of wish that there were more sprites released. Because the problem is it's not like you can download these sprites, really. At least with the old Tamagotchis. The old Tamagotchis are from an LCD device. And I believe the person who made these sprites on Sprite Resource said that what he had to do was like take a photo or something like that, and he had to recreate it by hand, which is pretty like nuts considering like the amount of like effort you'd have to do for a lot of the animations and stuff like that. But there's some really unique Tamas that are like on the older systems, like the ones that I have here I think are from Gen 1, 2, and 3. There's some really cute ones from 4, 5, and 6 and such like that. Like, I would have loved to bring this, there's a Tama, I think, I can't remember what he's called, like Shimichi or something like that. And he's like a little, he looks like a little bear with no arms, but he's got like a little striped body as well. He's very, very cute. Like, I would have loved to have some of those Tamas, like, added to the sprite sheets and then added to, like, this little collection that I have. But yeah, there's no... I don't know if that guy's still interested in making them or anything like that. Or if he even has those devices, because, you know, some of the older Tamos are a little hard to get your hands on. Especially now. I thankfully got most of my Tamagotchis, like pre-COVID. I did sell a lot of my old childhood Tamagotchis. I think I only kept like 2 of them that I really, really liked. So I had to go back and like on eBay and get the ones that I was missing. And I was able to like get quite a few. But yeah, nowadays they're like soaring in the hundreds to $200, which is absurd. They're so expensive now. Like a Tamagotchi that I found in Japan back when I first went like years and years ago. I got it for like around 30-ish bucks. Now it's in like 200 to 400. Which is sort of insane. And that's the same thing that happened with Pokemon cards too. Everybody decided to go back to their childhood toys and stuff. Prices just rocketed. And I don't think they're coming back down anytime soon, unfortunately. Though there are some very, very rare Tamagotchis as well, which I can understand would be very difficult to get sprites for. One of my first was a dinosaur. It wasn't a Tamagotchi brand. Oh yeah, like just a virtual pet dinosaur. Because there are a lot of V-pets out there. Like, I think there are some off-brand ones, but there are some that are like actual part of their own sort of little brand. I think there's a brand called the Giga Pet brand. I believe. Ooh, last few eggs. And just in time for the stream. Perfect. Yep, that one was cool. I think there was a thing called Dinky Dino or something like that. That's apparently a dinosaur-based Tama. Yeah, a lot of old Tamas are like pretty cool that you wouldn't know of. But there's 2 Tamagotchis that one day I wish I could get, but like it's impossible. Which are these 2 vintage Tamagotchis called a Devil Gotchi and a Santa Gotchi. The Devil Gotchi was like, there was an opposite one which was an Angel Gotchi. And the devil ones were like pranksters, essentially. Apparently, it was even said that the Devil Gotchi would sometimes make screaming noises, or like it would like beep at you at random times at the night just to like play pranks on you. But they are so expensive. Like even before COVID, like they're some of the rarest Tamagotchis out there. Like if you get your hands on a Devil Gotchi or you have it, you should consider yourself very, very lucky. Because they can like go up from like $400 to $900. And then the Santa Gotchi is in the $500 to $700. Which is where you play as like, I think Santa Gotchi, like you only play as one character. And your idea is that you're supposed to like train him up to go deliver presents. It's very cute. They're in the category of vintage Tamagotchis. But they're also in the category of you won't have them unless you have a lot of money. Alright, last 4 eggs. Or was it 3 eggs? Yeah, 4 eggs. Last 4 eggs. I know the Bandai, the company's been re-releasing like some of the vintage Tamagotchis, like the P1 and P2. And I do like their patterns and stuff like that, but like I kind of wish they would re-release the connections. Because those are the ones I grew up with. Back in the day, they only cost like 20 bucks. Now they're just too expensive. If they re-release them, I would buy another one of the connections, honestly. Even though I have quite a few now. Maybe a bit too many, but... yes, I would throw my money at it. What can I say? I'm nostalgic. I do like Tamagotchis. They've always been a huge part of my childhood. So I'm just a sucker, I guess. Though I would love to put them somewhere better where I could see them. It's a big reason I want to get one as a glass cabinet. I'd love to just have them displayed in its own section of a glass cabinet. But there's no room in my room for a glass cabinet. As much as I would like one, it's just not possible. Last egg. I think it's the last egg, yeah. And then I'll just have to wonder trade all these eggs off stream. I wonder how many more botted ones I get. You should get one someday that has an RGB light. Oh yeah, like is it, when you mean RGB light, is it like a backing light or something? Yeah. The only problem is, like, I think my mum, if I kept it in my house, she'd be like, electricity bill. And I'm like, you can turn it off. First it's red, now it's green, now it's blue. That is true. Lights would be really nice. Like little fairy lights would definitely be cool. Alrighty. That's all the Quaxly's done. So 30, 60, 90, 1. I believe that's right. No? Yeah. Why have I got 100 here on counters? Am I counting this wrong? Hang on. Yeah, that's 30, 60, 90... Yeah, why am I at 100? What have I been clicking? We'll leave it at that. Oh, wait. Because I missed a box. 1, 2, 3... No, it's 3. I clearly am too tired. Okay, 90, we'll keep it at 90. 90 eggs. Technically 91, but we'll keep it at 90 eggs. Because I didn't have any extras. But yeah, I think that will be it for today. Let me see if I can do something real quick. I want to see if I can shout out somebody who's not here. Yeah, I can. So, just a quick shout out to this particular person because they are having a donation stream tomorrow, which I will be also attending and watching. I'm not sure exactly what they will be doing. I think they'll be playing like a bunch of different games and stuff like that. But basically, you can donate to them, and I believe the more that's donated, the longer their stream will go. But also, it's for a good cause. It's for one of their family members. But I guess we will leave Pokemon for now. Though we weren't as lucky and only were able to get just 2 shinies. At least the 2 shinies were shinies that we do need. So I'm not too upset about that. We still will be trying to get that Quaxly, because obviously we didn't get it at all. But hopefully we'll get it soon. We are still like way off the encounters and such like that. It's kind of a big reason we need more box space. Hopefully when the next DLC comes out, we'll get more box space, because I am clearly running out of box space. Just with the Kitakami decks and stuff like that, and it's not even like the full decks with every single Pokemon, it's just the exclusives. And it still takes up 4 boxes. But anyways, I guess next time we meet, we'll be continuing on in Sword and Shield. Probably to complete the main story, get the 1 Pokemon we're missing for that storyline, and clear the Crown Tundra, I guess, because we're pretty much done with the Isle of Armors, except for, like, I think Gigantamaxing stuff, which we'll probably do last. But yeah, most of it will be collecting the last few Mons there, and hopefully being ready to go to Legends Arceus to collect the last 2 Mons over in that game. I think, yeah, our living decks will be pretty much done, which is very exciting. Should play that after Violet do a challenge or something. Yeah. If we do get enough followers, we will be doing a shiny hunting month, so the Dynamax Adventures will be doing some shiny hunting in those to try and get some legendaries, so that could also be a thing too. And then on Wednesday, we shall be continuing on with Stardew Valley. So, until next time, guys, take care, everybody.